Vacation for us.
Tokaevski muadlaki ojim kulpiet kashla. Olehan lan petukina. Ja, taku kitratsin vekta unkai unkhat kashla ho hetagni. Taku wastekta hechel itratsi hechel wachewa ketsu kashla. O teaten kapi hena wichosa ni woki wung like wichak ketsu kashla. O hechemitaku yasi.
Some requests to be excused today. We have some on travel, some that are sick, can't make the meeting. You want to make those for us, please? Oh, they were excused yesterday? Okay. All right. Stan, you need to be excused by 4 o'clock.
The only new one was there.
Okay. The only new one, Lisa?
Morning, Council Administration. I need to be excused around 3 to have a community this evening. And can we get these resolutions right away after the goes?
Sure,
Done?
we can do that, yep. And we have,
I don't know, I know Lori Wahigo had a resolution for Summer Leah. Maybe we can add her to those resolutions.
okay. We have Dara that needed to be excused today too, so that's the only new one besides ones that are leaving early today. Lisa? Motion by Lisa to approve excuses, second by Martha, question by Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we left off on constitutional officers. We have Jolene here to give her report at 11, I believe at 11 o'clock or 11:30. I invited the TC girls wrestling team over here, and Valentine has two wrestlers that are going to come down that to be recognized by the tribal council. They're tribal members, so we'll talk about that when it gets here. We have, go ahead, Jordan.
I just have a question. Is IHS gonna come today?
Yep. She said she wasn't gonna come today. She hasn't showed up yet though, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you wanna hear from Jolene, or do you wanna go to the treasurer's report, or we just wanna do Jolene and then just start off on the resolutions? Lisa?
Has our numbers changed any?
I sent it to
Have
you.
any items to go over regarding the White Hills judgment settlement?
But yeah.
Okay, Jolene, you're on.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, okay. Good morning, Council and Administration. I'll start off with going over our numbers for the PL accounts. And we have a new item to go over this month. Okay, so for the gross receipt card general account, sitting at $1,771,383.89. For the tribal land enterprise limited account, they're sitting at $5,404,817.63. The Indian Land Consolidation Recoup account, today it was $9,519,035.05. Our whereabouts unknown accounts are still sitting at $2,749. We had our will clinic last month, and we had 15 individuals complete the wills, so that was a good turnout that we had. We also got notification that the USD School of Law students are willing to come back next year. So it'd be around the same time, March, for another will clinic. On March 18th, BTFA sent out a certified letter it's addressed to TLE. You all have a copy regarding the judgment accounts regarding the Black Hills land and non-Black Hills land. In the system as it's sitting right now, any notices and statements are addressed to TLE, but in the future, if President Scott and his designee would like to receive the reports, we can do another authorization form and request an updated tribal resolution. The letter was sent out regarding the judgment forms or money because BTFA is wanting to invest that roughly $1.3 billion in 15 to 30 year market rates. If you guys have any questions, and I know the other tribes that are involved in this judgment are the Assiniboine and Sioux tribe, Cheyenne River, Flandreau, Lower Brule, Pine Ridge, Santee, and Standing Rock Sioux tribes, and Crow Creek. And it's my understanding that all 9 tribes are collectively in that pool of money, and it's going to be, if it's dispersed, it would be equally, not based on enrollment or the size of the tribe. It's just equally going to be dispersed, if that's what you guys do want. If you have any questions regarding the investment strategies or have any other questions regarding the monies in the account, if you're willing to meet with BTFA, we can set up a meeting with our higher-ups to answer any questions that you guys may have regarding the money. Right now, in the exact number for the Black Hills land is sitting at $1,347,751,208.52. And for the non-Black Hills land, that's part of the judgment, it's $186,950,440.90. And if those 2 accounts, if you'd like to be updated monthly on those, I can include those in my reports as well. And that's all I have for regarding that. But
I couldn't keep up with that number. Could you?
which one?
The Black Hills one.
The
The 1 billion.
okay, 1,347,751,208.52.
Thank you.
Yep.
Emily, question, comment?
Good morning and thank you. My question is, have the tribes that you listed, have they come together collectively and discussed this settlement and what we're going to do?
No.
Is there time to do that before we have the individual consultation?
You can, as far as, the letter's concerned, it's recommended that all the tribes come together and have an information session with BTFA and our solicitors for any questions that you guys may have regarding the judgment and how things will be dispersed.
Thank you.
Yeah, we will need an updated tribal resolution for any potential future disbursements. It would include the tribal president and his designee, but,
So this request to meet, that
Yes.
is collectively?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Wayne, go ahead.
Why are they requesting consultation now? Is there some kind of route to do this out? Are they?
That's what
Or what's going on there?
my supervisor and we were just notified last month regarding our higher-ups' decision to invest this money. And we're not fully sure of how that came about, so that's what this consultation would be.
So it's primarily just about how they're going to invest it, where they're going to invest it. There's not going to be any talk about distribution. Right?
That would be based on, that would include the consultation, in the consultation. If you guys want to, it's up to each tribe on how they want to spend their share of the judgment funds. Open a can of worms.
Those are not for sale.
I know.
That kind of really concerns me. I don't think that, they should even make that suggestion to us because nobody's has
the tribes haven't even said anything about it. So I think, I don't know, Wayne, I don't know, it's like, well, that's money, but in my business, it's not for sale, you know. But I know they throw money at us or throw numbers, but it's never enough. You know, you can't sell what's sacred. So. But I'm glad you told us and brought it to us. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, and it was just,
Jordan, go ahead, Sharon.
Should, this letter's directed to, Director Hermini Horses at TLE? And, maybe we should just write a statement and say that the Black Hills are not for sale and we're not taking any settlement money?
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen this too, so she was asking me if I was sent to TLE, or was it sent to me, or forwarded to me, and I haven't seen it, so it's the first time hearing about it.
Okay. So I want to make that motion that we write a letter to the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration and letting them know that we're not going to negotiate any settlement money for the Black Hills because they're not for sale.
Second by Gordon.
Draft the resolution supporting that.
Okay.
And then I don't know, maybe, if it would be separate, maybe we need to, have his correspondence come to our admin, maybe the treasurer or Scott, so that we can see it. This was March 10th when this came, so
Yep.
we were made aware of it today.
That sounds good. So letter and a resolution.
To change that correspondence, hopefully.
yeah,
So both a letter and a resolution.
The resolution, a letter to reject the settlement consultation process, or how do we want to do that? We'll just figure it out.
Yeah, just direct Eric to
Okay.
draft it
We'll do that.
with the statement that the Black Hills are not for
Question
sale.
or comment before we vote on it?
It was just, I guess, like, is our statement, like,
We're not even gonna acknowledge this, and not even reject it because we're not acknowledging, like, the Black Hills are not for sale. So that was my first part. And then the second part is, who decided to invest, or what's the whole deal with that? Like, does that need addressing, or do we just not acknowledge that part either? Because, anyways, those are kind of where I'm.
yeah, and regarding the choice to start investing, that was kind of sprung on me and my higher up. So that's, you know, where this meeting would be beneficial, because they can answer these questions for you. I'm just the messenger, right, at this moment.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Need a question?
Wait,
Lisa?
can I second it? Or no? Question?
Question? All in favor? Resolution drafted to
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Yeah, regarding these two judgment accounts, it'd be beneficial if we did receive an updated tribal resolution and tribal authorization form. The authorization form will be for any future statements, monthly statements that come from this account. It would come to the president and his designee as well. It would continue to go to a copy to TLE, but that new form would authorize us to disperse the statements to this body.
Jordan and Lisa.
thank you. It's not a question to Jolene, but more like a statement, I guess. I have emailed Eric, our mineral rights that are being mined in the Black Hills right now, a resolution, so I think I'm just gonna present that today, because I have talked to other council reps, and I go to those meetings in Rapid with Indian Collective about the Black Hills. And I think that's kind of where we need to start too, is putting our statements out there saying that we're not in agreement with our Black Hills being mined right now as well for uranium and stuff. And that's all happening without the Ocheti Shakoi's input. I mean, we're sitting here and we're telling them no, but they're still doing it. So I think that we need to start being more involved in the land back stuff in Rapid City, because that is our land. And I mean, it's really disheartening. Like, we're having these meetings once a month in Rapid, and then for this letter to come. I mean,
From the BIA.
From the BIA. I mean, it's kind of like an eye-opening thing, and I feel like now things are gonna start happening faster because I guess I'm trying to really tread lightly about what I say because we are on air and I get worried now about everything in the government seeing what we're talking about, but we need to make a stance soon with our other sister tribes in the state of South Dakota as well.
I will make that motion that an updated resolution and tribal authorization form for all future statements and correspondence get dispersed to the president or his designee regarding this docket number that's on the letter.
There's two documents.
Yeah, the 2 docket numbers.
Question by Shep.
Madam Secretary, you know, the letter.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Any more questions for Jolene? Stirred the pot.
I was leery of opening a can of worms here, but yeah. If you would like to know the monthly balances on these 2 accounts, do you want me to share
Yeah.
the 2? Okay.
It would be interesting for us to know that, what the intent of this is. I mean, if the intent of this is just to consult us about how the money's invested, I mean, that's one thing, but if you're talking about distribution, we're not gonna talk that whatsoever.
Yeah.
So that needs to be clarified.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, this was kind of sprung on us, trust officers for these tribes. So, you know, there was nothing, we weren't even consulted on, you know, how anything was all about. So if you guys have any questions, I recommend.
Do you think,
Lisa.
at your next Great Plains Tribal Leaders meeting, we can discuss that? As some type of consultation should be at least involved with it to see what's.
Remember that Pat used to talk a lot about the interest-bearing account for this money that's been sitting there, and a lot of banks don't want to keep it, it's drawing so much interest, so maybe that's kind of, is why this is coming back up, I'm not sure, but we had some issues with that. Jeff?
Do you think you could, instead of waiting for the next meeting, kind of get on a call with them and give them a copy of this letter, because I'm sure they got one? and-
I'll send it to Gay Kingman, and she can distribute it all together, chairman's, okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, the other tribes that are listed in the judgment, they all received the same letter. So,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, is that, any more questions?
Just one last thing, I just want to, we, at least was talking about, whoever sent this letter out, would you change your mind and see how they done? This kind of letter.
Yeah, that's what my question was, why was TLE listed on here or not? And I conferred with President Herman, and he said he didn't get a copy, so that's what we'll need, the updated tribal resolution and authorization form for these 2 specific accounts. So we can add you.
But in the future, anything to do with tribal land ownership should go to the chairman. By courtesy.
Just a comment, I guess, and a question to our treasurer. Would you advise us to have this meeting to see who made these decisions to invest and possibly disperse the money, and to ask the question so we can have a response back to them with the things that Lisa stated and what you're stating?
Yeah. That's why I was curious why this letter was sent out. We need to know the purpose of the letter. You know, in the past, when there have been all kinds of different stats on this money, some people don't even want to talk about the investment letter because it's not our money, we're not going to accept it, we don't want anything to do with it. So they don't even want to spend this kind of things. And then some people say, well, we should at least know what this money is invested, so we just need to know the intent of this letter.
Any other questions for Jolene?
Is that
I'd recommend the tribe coming to BTFA and attending this meeting and showing your objection to it. I think that would be a stronger point maybe from the tribe.
Yeah, if we can, find out that we can talk to before you.
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
I mean,
Yeah.
to me, that's the council, but to me, that makes that's gonna weigh a lot on the board or not.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah, I understand that.
We need a motion, Joey, are you done, Joey?
Yes.
We need a motion to approve Micah. Need a second? Approving Jolene's report. Bill? Question by approving the report. Lisa? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1, 2, 3.
Motion carried. Hey, Jolene.
I have about 3 resolutions.
Okay.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks everyone for your time. Thank you, Julie.
Okay, we have the treasurer's report. I think he has probably about 3 resolutions that he needs to have approved. And
Thank you.
Thanks, Jolene. Sometime we need to visit about how we access that DELCA money too.
Okay. Yeah, because I know the way the bylaws are set up for TLE, we're gonna have to figure out a way to.
Move through that, yeah. Whenever you have time. Good morning, council. I hope everybody had a good night's sleep and we're all in a good mood today. I just have a couple of things that needed to just get clarified. This first resolution being passed out is the one we just passed last week, and there were a couple of errors on it. One was the amount. The amount needs to be changed from 153 to 155,390. And the other is that on the therefore be resolved, we had to identify a funding source, and that funding source is the LIHEAP funds. So those are the 2 amendments.
okay, I need somebody to bring it on and reconsider and amend it for approval. Jordan?
Do I need to read the?
No, just the amendments.
Okay.
Amendments.
So motion to reconsider and amend 2024-81.
Okay, we need a second. Micah, go ahead.
And
The whereas on the 7th whereas, we're gonna change the total amount to 155,390. And then now therefore be resolved, tribal council hereby approves the renewal of Whipley Sage Intact application, the services for the period of March 31st, 2024 to March 30th, 2025 on a sole source basis, including Intact subscriptions for a total amount of $155,390 to be paid out of LATC funds.
that's it.
Question. Question by Chair. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Okay, this next resolution is the same thing. It's a HIP resolution that you guys passed. Here you go, Sergeant. It's the same resolution you guys passed a month or so ago. And the BIA says that on the last page, therefore be resolved, one word needs to be changed. The word recommends needs to be changed to request. That's the only change that the Bureau is requesting. Down the last page, the recommends needs to be changed to requests. Lisa?
Oh, what, Lisa?
Only, motion to reconsider and then
Okay, need a second?
2023-5.
We need a second? Jordan?
And just to strike out that one word and replace it with request.
Yep. I don't know. That's, I'm just doing what I'm told.
Okay, good question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Thank you, Council. Here you go, Sarge. This next resolution I'm passing out is a resolution that the tribe accepts this $1 million tribal electrification grant that we received. And there isn't a budget developed for it yet. The consultants that were assigned to us are working on it. So in this resolution, I'm asking the tribal council to give the budget and finance the authority to approve of the budgets. This resolution accepts the grants and would give budget and finance authority to approve of the budgets.
We need a motion to bring this on as an emergency.
I know, Wayne, that the May 1st is the deadline for the second round of this grant. So are we getting prepared for that and getting things together?
Yeah, the NOFA is going out May 1st. I think we have until, I think it's July to apply for it. Yes, we are. And this $1 million grant that we received provides us money to hire engineers, lawyers, and that kind of stuff to do the actual design so that we can apply for the second round and get the $20 million in September to implement it. And what we're thinking about doing, this grant is for, to provide green energy and alternative sources of heating to communities, not individuals, but to communities.
Okay.
So what we're thinking about doing is we're thinking about taking communities like Upper Cutmeat, maybe Parmalee, maybe up to Norris, maybe one out west. And this grant would put in a system that includes solar and wind and batteries, plus all of the hardware and the wiring it takes for our homes to receive green energy. In this grant, selected these outside communities would be totally off-grid. These batteries we're talking about buying will last 3 days. Could have solar and wind. And then we wanted to try to combine this with a grant that SWA has. SWA received $1.6 million to retrofit existing homes, to put in doors and windows and new heating and cooling systems that are more economical. And they were looking at Parmalee as one of the starting points. So we want to collaborate with them and maybe make Parmalee totally off the grid and with brand new heating source and windows and doors. The whole goal is to get our monthly heating bills down to like $50 a month. That's the whole goal of this grant. So this grant here, there's the first part is planning, so we do a lot of the engineering and site prep and environmental assessment, all that stuff. And then we'll apply for the big money and hopefully get awarded $20 million in September to implement it. The other side of this grant, and I don't want to say too much because we're on the air, but the other side of this grant is that there's a lot of legal stuff, a lot of money for legal, because we want to establish or reestablish our relationship with WAPA. WAPA is one of the providers of electrical power to our region, and we have a special relationship with them because they're part of the interior and we have a trust responsibility for us. But that relationship has never been explored and certified or rectified or whatever, because right now they don't treat the tribes any different
than an individual member, wherever. Individual member has the same rights as the tribal government. So we want to change that. Make sure that they're aware of the trust responsibilities, the agreements we have, the Fixed Loan Act, all this stuff. We want to use that to establish a relationship. And also additionally, we want to use this to help us take the current utilities and not get rid of them, whatever, but change the authority under which they operate. Right now, they operate under the authority of the REA, their state chartered, whatever. So they're not under our jurisdiction. That's why we fight them all the time. But 80% of the membership of those co-ops are tribal members. The voting membership, 80%. So we want to use all these different laws and stuff to try to change that so that it becomes a tribal utility all of a sudden. And then once it becomes a tribal utility, we're not changing, firing anybody or anything like that. We're just changing the authority. And once it becomes a tribal utility, then all of those items that we negotiated in our rights-of-way agreement with WAPA can be honored. WAPA, they can then give us energy directly to us, and they're also required to help us resell energy that we produce. So those are the two big items that are in this grant. So, and yes.
When we were at our coal meeting, remember we met with the guy that initiated this grant, and he got into you, he really got with you, but I'm pretty sure him and Dell had set that the deadline for the second round of it was May 1st, so. we have to reach out to.
Dell's on our board, and he's the one that's helping us. I'm pretty sure that the NOFA comes out May 1st, but we have until July to submit the actual stuff. But we are working on it. As a matter of fact, we're like every Friday at 3 o'clock, we have these big meetings because a part of this grant, we not only got the $1 million, but we got some engineers assigned to us from the federal government. So all these guys are involved in all these meetings every week. So tomorrow at 3 o'clock, you're more than welcome to join.
And just let council know, we were kind of disheartened because, with the Rosebud being a large land-based tribe, and when they did the grant awards, the little small rancheria got the most money out of there with the small acreage, and we were told that they got that amount of money because they were more developed, but it was kind of hard to understand because we aren't as developed as they were.
Yeah, I mean, there was only a handful of tribes that even received any money, like 12 or 13 out of all. So we were lucky to get a grant, and of the grants that only got planning awards, we got the largest planning award. So we have a real good chance to get the max in September. We just got to do a lot of work between now and July. And the council gave the authority to the temporary RESCO board to hire a director. So we hired Jamie Poiney as the director. She's going to actually be online tomorrow, so I think she'll be starting to work as of tomorrow. Because she works away from here, lives away from here, she wants to work 2 days a week, telemarket, until she gets a house bought and moves back. But she is an electrical engineer. She graduated from the School of Mines. She has a career in the Navy as an electrical engineer, and she currently works for the Army Corps of Engineers at the dam in Yankton. So she's very well qualified. She's a tribal member, and we're very lucky to have her come on board. But she's going to be the director of RESCO. And we have so Sherry and John acquired this $400,000 prize about 4 months ago, and that's what we're using to stand up RESCO. That's what we're using to hire her and get all the legal stuff in place, because we all hired her, and we hired Margie Schaft as a lawyer to do all their bylaws and everything that they need legally to establish as a RESCO. That's being done now. So there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen here in the next 3 or 4 months. So.
I'll go ahead and move for emergency legislation.
Okay, the number is 2024-98. Need a second. Jordan, question by Micah. All in favor? Emergency legislation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve 2024-98.
Second. Jordan.
I'll start at the fifth whereas. Whereas the United States Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Secretary, Assistant Secretary, the BIA, has notified the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe that the BIA Office of Indian Economic Development and Tribal Electrification Program, TEP, selected for fiscal year 2023, FY23, TEP proposal entitled Rosebud Electrification for support in the amount of $1 million. And whereas funds will be processed through PL 93-638 self-determination contract, and award does not guarantee future funding of any kind, and by accepting this award, the tribe agrees to annual narrative reporting and compliance measures as defined within the TP grant guidance. And whereas the RST Treasurer recommends the funds be accepted and further recommend that the RST Budget and Finance Committee should be authorized to approve the TP budget and any necessary modifications. And now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and approves, strike out that one end, acceptance of the award of $1 million for the fiscal year 2023 Tribal Electrification Program, and be it also resolved that the RST Budget and Finance Committee is authorized to approve the TP budget and any necessary modifications, and be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign any and all related documents to accept the TP grant award.
Any discussion? Now, we need a question. Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you. The last thing I have before I turn it forward to Sarah is, I don't need a resolution, but the tribe has a life insurance program that we administer through our HR. And I think currently the life insurance for tribal employees is at $75,000. And I think the premium for that is like $13.80 a month. Well, if we want to keep the same life insurance, the premiums are going to go up to $17 and 80 cents, I think, $17.70. So I just we need your authorization to approve of the new, of keeping the same policy, but approving of the new premium rate.
So we just need a motion to do that?
Yeah.
Approve the new rate for our life insurance?
Yeah.
Lisa?
I'll go ahead.
Okay, motion by Lisa, second by Lila, question by Martha. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Thank you, council. And here's a report for you guys, if in case you need some late reading or whatever, but there's a monthly report for you. And if you don't mind, I think Sarah has a resolution that is time sensitive. She needs to get passed today. But that's all for me, unless anybody has any questions. Anybody have any questions for me?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Around for those committees that ran over for Diamond?
Yeah, there's a couple, thanks Lisa, sorry about that. There's a couple committees that don't have any per diem money. One is social services, and the other is a tribal utilities commission. So I would recommend that we reconsider and amend the tribal budget and increase the revenues for the social services committee by $5,000 and the tribal utilities committee by $5,000.
Go ahead, Lisa.
I'll go ahead and move.
Motion by Lisa, second by Micah, question by Bill.
So that was to increase the general account.
And then the increase the general account leases. Increase the general account leases and by $10,000 and add $5,000 to social services committee and $5,000 to tribal utilities committee. That's,
We have a motion, second, any questions? So, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
again, thank you, council.
Motion to approve the treasurer's report. Micah, second by Jordan, question by Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Can I get somebody to approve my report from yesterday? I think we forgot about it, unless you guys have a real problem with it or something. Motion by Lisa, need a second. Bill, question by Martha. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Kathy?
I don't know if I got put on the agenda yesterday because I came late, but I wanted to put on having finance bring that ARPA report in that we requested at the last council meeting.
Okay, can we do it after lunch?
Yeah, well, I just want to get it on.
Yeah, Mr. Kendall let me know that it was put on the agenda yesterday, this morning, so.
Okay.
I was gonna ask you this morning when you wanted it to come on, so we'll bring it on after lunch, okay? Okay, Sarah?
Good morning, council. I apologize for coming up under Treasurer Boyd's report, but I'm supposed to come on under economic development. So the resolution that I'm presenting is in your folders. And this is pertaining to the cultural heritage tourism tours that we have entered into agreement with last year with Valder to bring 6 tour buses to the local reservation.
Under what?
And last year, we only hosted 1 bus because it was the first year that this tour was offered. This year, however, our ticket sales have gone up. We've already sold out 4 departures. And they're still selling the other 2 departures. And right now, usually we have about 30 visitors on each bus. Did you guys have reservations?
Is that bus went off the ball?
So I think you guys have so your packages for with the resolution, a copy of the 2024 excursion contract. That includes the pricing, like what we get paid, what we charge, it has all the pricing, everything. It also has the tentative dates for the departures that are planned for the summer of 2024. As you see, our first tour bus is scheduled to arrive here May 22nd. And so that's why this is time sensitive. Trafalgar has been waiting on this contract to be signed for a couple months now. But I had to go through the process, and so I'm just now here with this contract. Also, I have included a copy of Trafalgar's itinerary. That's a copy off their website, how they're marketing our tour. Yeah, so I wanted the council to be aware of what's being marketed about us. And then I have also included the timed itinerary. This is a very detailed description of the entire tour, what we offer, the type of information we're providing to our guests who are coming via the tour bus. So with, I just want to give you guys some quick numbers. Right now, the way it stands, we look at generating $2,190 off every tour bus visit here. But after my expenses, the profit margin per tour bus is about $380.
Oh, go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you, Scott. I just have a couple questions. I want to hear the rest of your report, but before you get too far, was the contract reviewed by our attorney?
Last year's the same exact contract that was signed last year, it's just the date.
Okay.
So last year he did review it, I had to get it all reviewed, and this year I made sure it was exactly the same as last year's contract, the wording and everything.
Okay.
So,
And then my second question is, it sounds like there's going to be revenue generation off of this. Who is that going to?
so I have an account developed, and I don't really touch it, just the revenues go into that account right now until we can hire like a tourism director or somebody to manage those funds. It's just kind of being dropped in there. I know last year, I think I requested permission to pay IAC membership out of that funding, so that was a $500 expense that we paid in our membership to the American Indian Alaska Native Tourism Association. So that's like the only other expense.
So it's not per se going to the general funds, it's going into a specific account for tourism?
Yeah.
And for whoever the staffing there is going to be? Thank you.
Okay, we need somebody to bring it on as, for approval. Kathy, motion to approve 2024-91, need a second. Lila, go ahead, Kathy.
Just kidding. Let me see. I'll start from the 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth whereas. The Tribal Economic Development Committee has the authority and responsibility to review and recommend Tribal Council approval of economic development plans and projects initiated for the benefit of the tribe. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Sichanga Resource Development, SRD, has been actively engaged in cultural heritage tourism development on the Rosebud Reservation since 2019. Furthermore, in 2021, SRD, in partnership with the Oglala Sioux Tribe, Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, South Dakota Native Tourism Alliance, and George Washington University International Institute of Tourism Studies, collaborated to build tribal capacity through intensive training to develop a cultural heritage tourism itinerary for the Destination America / Trafalgar tour company entitled National Parks and Native Trails of the Dakota Tour. And whereas the inaugural tours arrived at the Rosebud Sioux Tribe on Wednesday, May 17th, 2023, where we educated 30 tourists from the United States and Europe about our beautiful and vibrant Sichanga people, our culture, arts, and our history as the group takes in the breathtaking beauty of our prairies, waterways, and canyons before departing for the next day tour of the Lakota Youth Development and Nooks Camp community. And whereas Trafalgar was only able to sell out on one of the 6 planned tours for the summer 2023 tour season, as this was the first year this tour company offered this type of cultural heritage tour in South Dakota. However, the summer 2024 tour season has already sold out for 3 of the planned 6 departures, and tickets are continuing to sell for the remaining departures. Whereas the tribally developed tour itinerary for the potential to spur cultural heritage tourism development on the Rosebud Reservation by serving as a catalyst for the unique and authentic cultural heritage tourism offerings provided by the 9 tribes in South Dakota. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has a vested interest in ensuring opportunities for cultural revitalization, natural resource development with the potential to positively impact economic growth for its tribal members and communities. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby offers its full support to furthering cultural and ecotourism development activities on the Rosebud Sioux Reservation, and authorize the tribal president to sign the 2024 Trafalgar excursion contract authorizing Trafalgar, I'm sorry, I just can't say that word, tour coaches to enter and experience a guide tour of the Rosebud Reservation in an effort to expand and promote economic growth on the Rosebud Reservation through cultural heritage tourism development. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or his designated official to sign and execute all applications and all documents thereof.
Lisa.
I just have a suggestion, okay? When you go east res, like the Knox Company went up by Marlo's, maybe she could show you where the powwow grounds are, and the schoolhouse there, I think Bill knows that that's the oldest building on east res. And maybe give a little lesson through Whetstone, that was the first Rosebud agency, and kind of why Spotted Hill moved
I think when it goes to Marla, she's a 501c3, so she hasn't even engaged with the tribal council or anything about her tour offering. What she does is she focuses on the youth development programming that she has there. They do, they have a Lakota storytelling. Whenever they do a plant walk, they have all of these plants planted all over their 10-acre land, and so she takes the guests on a plant walk and they show them their outdoor, they have these really cool underground greenhouses and things. So they kind of show them all those things, educate them on the medicinal plants that they're growing and how to harvest them. Then the youth there do a presentation and they prepare them like a 5-star meal that Chef Braveheart trained them to do. And then they participate in storytelling and other things. So it's all about her programming and showcasing Sicangu youth and the things that they're learning and, you know, striving for as an organization out there. And so I've tried to make recommendations to her, but she is very firm in what she's offering. The tourists that go visit her out there in Elks Camp, but she does a really great job. She really puts our youth in a really positive light. It's very empowering, and I think she's doing a really great job out there, what she's doing and what she's showcasing about our youth.
Emily, then Micah.
Thank you. Thank you, good to see you. Don't get scared, we already talked about this. No. So Sarah and I go back, when this started with the tourism stuff, I was part of that when I was working for the tribe then. I actually did the course through the George Washington University to get the Cultural Heritage Tourism Certificate. I just want to thank you for keeping this moving forward, but I also know that this is something that's bigger than just one individual, and it really needs the attention of a whole office and probably a staffed more than one person office. And the reason why I say that is because we have tried tourism time and time again as a tribe, even with or without our consent, you know, and each time in our history it's always stopped because it got to the point where we were selling our culture, selling our people, or we were just zoo animals to the outsiders. And so I really want to stress that this is great that we have the opportunity to do this. Yes, let's move forward, but I want to stress the importance of having a plan, having a foundation, having a vision, because without that, there's lots of room for error, and there's lots of room for this to be unfair. And so I want to share an example. Along with this, you know, the Haida Gwaii have done a very amazing job at bridging economic development with also protection of their land, and on top of that, the inclusion of their culture. So they went from one of the highest rates of suicide, adult and children in Canada, to now having one of the lowest because of all of those things. But they had a plan, they had a vision, they had all of these things, and money wasn't the only driving force. Economic development was not the top priority. Their culture was, their people was. So I have some questions as far as like, how can we utilize this to bring that forward, to make sure that we're not doing it just for money? Because what's going to happen is the people who already have access to loans, the people who already have access to money are going to be the ones that are going to set up these tours. They're going to be the ones that are going to be able to benefit from this, when really this could be our opportunity not only to revive our economics, but to have our people put their skills to use, so they're not, if they're not at 8 to 5, maybe they can be their own boss. But in order to do that, we have to have guiding principles. We have to have something, because there is a line between, thank you, there is a line between sharing our culture and profiting off of it. And so I just want to make sure that this should be, I love this phrase that I've learned, is equal but first. There's a lot of things, you know, like we talked about us and our animals, you know, equal, but there has to be a point where we put people first but equal. So I just want to say that without all of that, we have the potential to put us right back to where we were in the past, which is, you know, selling sundances and things like that. So I guess I just want to ask, do you have a plan? Is there anything in the works? Is there anything that this body or anything else can support you or that department or whatever in the efforts to move it forward? Because so much effort has been put to get us to this point, but nothing against you, more kind of needs to help make sure that that goes forward in a good way.
And thank you for bringing it up, Emily. It's been something that this initiative has kind of become a passion project for me. But, you know, in my role for the tribe, I have other duties. I have to grant manage, I have to manage contracts, I have to run other grants. And so there is a plan. I am currently working with the George Washington International Institute of Tourism Studies. Her name is Krista Valentina. And because last August, I went to Eagle Butte and visited with the Bush Foundation about a tourism department. I was invited to apply. They told me that they would potentially fund me for up to $2 million. to start a tourism development and a tourism office here and work down those lines. But like I said, my work schedule is kind of slammed, and sometimes I have to lay this passion project down and deal with more pressing issues. And so in May, at the SDNTA quarterly meeting, I will be meeting up with Ms. Krista Valentina in person. And her and I are working on forming a steering committee on tourism. So I'm going to be reaching out to some directors, and we're going to bring them together, and we're going to develop a plan together for a really comprehensive application to the Bush Foundation, focusing on cultural revitalization and entrepreneurship development. And that'll be working with Redco, the Tonka Funds, all the other CDFIs that serve Indian country to come and provide financial literacy, start teaching our tribal members how to build their credit so they can apply for small business funding, but really building the capacity of our community members. So during our feasibility study process, I was actually out in the communities. We went to visit 6 different communities, and plus we had a leadership meeting with the leaders of the programs that would be involved in tourism.
Sarah, we have a few questions. Mike, wanted to ask a question or comment.
Are you discussing additional further discussion? I have a question.
Okay, and then we have Kathy.
Okay, thank you.
It sounds like that it's, before when I was the director for, when it was RDO SRM, tourism had come from game fishing parks to our program. And then they had taken it from us and given it to another individual to work on. And it just kind of, the ball got dropped and it just dissipated and disappeared. But it's really a lot, like Emily's saying, it does actually need its own program. It needs to have somebody that's managing it. Your efforts are great, but you really need that other person because it does take a full-time, it's a full-time capacity job. And so I think that we need to find where we're going to put it. Exactly. If it's going to stay under you, a lot of what you're talking about is economic development, not so much contracting and grant writing. It's a whole different field. And we used to, I mean, that's what Redco was developed to do. And so there was a point in time when it did fluctuate over to Redco as tourism. So I think as you go along, you're going to have to find that main housing for this program. And the other thing I wanted to ask you is, it's always important that we include the communities. So were the communities involved in the development of it? Like Emily was saying, you know, we don't want to be the zoo. Oh, is that how you said it?
I just wanted to make sure that we're sharing internally first,
Yeah.
and then deciding what to share out with.
So we need to make sure that our communities are aware of it, so they're not offended if we're going through their community. And the last part of what I want to say is that with this coming here, this is a good opportunity for us to develop something to do community cleanup. Not just once a year in the winter and once a year in the summer, but we actually need to be able to clean our reservation up. If we're going to have people coming here, then we need to put a plan together to clean the entire reservation. Just because we're on a reservation, we don't have to look like we're living on a reservation. And we discussed this before. Thank you. I got my 1 minute finger.
Kathy, I have been thinking a lot about where the home to a tourism department would live. Would it be a standalone under the Rosebud Sioux tribe? You know, I was exploring all these options. And after Ken and I had visited about it for a while, we did come to the conclusion that it would rest well under Redco. Some of the other programming that they have going on, that it would be a great place for Redco to be the home for the tourism department. I have reached out to Clay and Michael LaPointe about this opportunity. They have expressed an interest in taking over tourism activities, but it hasn't been done officially yet, so I'm still waiting for them so I can start to hand over some of these things to them for continued development. One thing they did say is that they would prefer that I come with it, but I don't know if I would entertain that idea or anything, but that was one of the recommendations that they made, that they would like if I came with it if they were going to take on tourism. So that, those things haven't been, you know, guaranteed or anything, but it was just some preliminary discussions, and as far as I know, it hasn't been brought up to the Red Coal Board yet.
When you mention in the future, I have some ideas to share with you that
And then
we did.
as far as the community input, I emailed each and every single one of you a copy of our feasibility study that we just completed. In this feasibility study is a detailed report of the methodology that we use to obtain information from our community members. It has a lot of information on their responses, their concerns, their fears. It has everything in it. Ultimately, the feasibility study is favorable for the establishment of a tribal tourism department and the establishment of a Sioux cultural center. I think initially I was proposing it as a visitor center, but much in line with what Emily was saying about the equality, everything that we do has to be developed for our people first, and then the visitors. And so they suggest the renaming of our visitor center to the Sioux Cultural Center. We're building it for our people, you know, and then the visitors can come in and see whatever. So there are some recommendations in this. I was also going to ask this council for an acceptance of this document, because I have to close out this grant by the end of this month, and I want to report that the tribe has approved and accepted of this feasibility study.
We have a question, Micah, open question, so let's vote on this. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Thank you, Sarah. You want to go shake hands? Oh, go ahead, Chair.
This was presented to the Economic Development Committee. Thank you, Sarah. You know, I just wanted to say that you have been really diligent and good about keeping us informed, all the emails, all the open sessions, in the community, the work you've been doing in the communities. I know last year you really put a lot of work in, so thank you for that. I want to make a motion to accept this visiting the Sichangu Oyate feasibility study for cultural heritage tourism.
Need a second? Micah, any discussion? Need a question? Viola, you have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm so glad you came. We need to start looking at other ventures within our tribe and what we're trying to do to promote, you know, our culture. Because our culture is what we need our young people to realize in that identity. So I'm glad you came and presented this. If we can all get a copy of this.
It's in your email.
Oh, okay. And then, you sure? Okay. All right, I know. I was like, I didn't read it. Okay. But there was just one thing here, Sarah, that I think we touched base on, but on the agenda of the court, I remember we talked about them utilizing Chamberlain. And then, you know, but it'd be good if we can get them to our casino where they could stay and, you know, utilize our casino and get some revenue there as well. So if we can look into that.
Yeah, yesterday I brought this up with Lila. If you look at the tour itinerary, so Falver, if you look at their webpage and everything, they have a vision and mission that they aim to create positive economic impact in the communities that they visit, right? One of my problems with their mission and their vision is that on this itinerary, they come here to Rosebud, and then at 4 o'clock, they load up all their people, and they bus them off res to Chamberlain, where they spend the night in Chamberlain, and then they bring them back to the res the next day down to Marlin. So I was like, to me, you're telling our guests that it's not safe to stay here. No, that's not it. The Falver has a 4-star standard for their accommodation. I said, well, this tour title alone should tell them all they need to know that they're coming into Indian country. We'll give them a 1.5-star hotel at our tribal casino. They have food, you know, whatever. It's not a 4-star resort. But then you're creating a positive economic impact, a bigger economic impact by bringing them here and keeping them here overnight and then busing them down. So the way I have this kind of formulated is that this is a one-year thing. Trafalgar is trying to propose a multi-year agreement with us. Moving forward in 2025, they are proposing to add 4 more departures. So they're talking about 10 buses for summer. And I'm excited about that opportunity, but I told them that the only way I would consider bringing this back to this body is if they made those changes within their policies to stay in Rosebud. I said, I don't see our council moving forward if you guys are not creating a bigger economic impact here on our reservation. So I've really been advocating for the tribe and for our casino to get some money and some guests to be staying out there. But like I said, this is only a one-year thing. And if they're not able to get those agreements in place by summer 2025, we can pull out completely. But to me, I told them it's the difference between being a voyeur and being a contributing business to our economics here on the reservation. So you guys are either gonna come through and just look at us and not spend no money here, or you guys are gonna spend money here and help our economic situation. And so they have agreed. The guy that I work with does agree that they should be staying here on the Rosebud. So he's working with the higher ups in the company right now to see if they could make those changes just for this tour. So if they do that, then Pine Ridge will be happy, because then Pine Ridge will be able to keep them on their hotel, and Standing Rock will keep them in theirs. Because right now they're busing them off reservation to these 4-star hotels to spend the night. And we're really trying to push to get them to stay in Indian country while they're here. So that's what.
Okay, we need a question. Lila? All in favor? Moving the tourism fund.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carries.
Thank you, Council. Charlie, you look lonely over there. Can we deviate and do the visitors?
Yeah, let's do that. Marlene, would you be offended if I asked you to come back at 1?
No.
Okay. I don't want you sitting there for an hour.
Get paid.
Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, next on the agenda, we had an honoring today for some of our high school wrestlers. I'll introduce Chris Andre. He's the girls wrestling coach for Todd County High School. And I'll introduce Bonnie Ledoux. She's the grandmother, and Anna Ledoux of Robinson, and Ariana, is that what her name is?
What's the name of the track meet?
Okay, so it was kind of a deal where I was asked to recognize the wrestlers from Todd County High School, because we're in our second year of girls wrestling. And we also have some girls wrestlers from Valentine, Nebraska. We also have tribal members that are part of the boys wrestling team too, and that's Robinson. So I'm very proud of all the publicity that the girls wrestlers have been getting so far this year, and they have an excellent coach. He comes from here. He grew up around here. His mother grew up around here. His wife is a tribal member, and they moved off to Sioux Falls for a while, and he taught over by, where'd you teach at, Chris? Harrisburg, right?
Yeah.
Harrisburg. So he was active in coaching and wrestling at Harrisburg, and that's a AA school. So he's got quite an experience, and he came down to Todd County and moved back, and he decided to take on the girls wrestling squad and see what he can do with the wrestlers. So I'll let you introduce yourself, Chris, and then we'll introduce your wrestlers.
Yeah, I'm Chris Andre. It's an honor to be here. This is our first official year with me as head coach. I volunteered in the room with the girls last year with Coach Dean in the boys program. Chuck talked with me about splitting off into a separate program so we could focus on the girls program. And I told him absolutely I'd love to be a part of that. And so we had half a year together last year, and then we did summer camps. And then this year we had a great season. The season didn't end the way we'd like it for some. We had some injury and some, we peaked at the end of the season, but it didn't quite work out for all of us. We had state qualifier, state placer with Unique. But yeah, it's going really well, and I think we're getting, they're getting publicity. We've got younger kids that are looking up to them. I teach in the middle school, talk to the middle school, and we've got 6th, 7th, 8th grade girls who are seeing them. And so I think the future of our program is looking pretty bright. We're doing Tuesday, Thursday workouts in the weight room, and we've started conversations with other girls that are working out there that aren't basketball players. I don't want to steal any basketball players. Well, I do, but I don't. But and so we've got some interest there. So we've got the 5 girls this year, and they're all sophomores and 1 freshman. So our future is already bright. But then we have the younger girls coming up. So I'm really excited about the next couple of years. And in wrestling, there's 12 weight classes, and I've told these girls that when they're seniors, my goal is to have the full 12 weight classes full and be traveling to duel other teams, which is an experience we haven't been able to have yet. So I have Adrian Fasthorse, sophomore, Caitlin Points-at-Him, sophomore, Amaya Martinez, sophomore, Homer, freshman, and Unique Claremont as a sophomore.
Then we have Robinson Ledoux on the end down there. He's from Valentine. His dad was an ex-wrestler, wrestled for, he actually even coached for quite a while. So he's the only one that's him and his sister wrestled for Valentine, Nebraska, and they all did really well. They both made it to state this year, and so I wanted to recognize him as well. So for being a tribal member and being representing the Rosebud Sioux tribe. So I thank you, Robinson, for coming today. So.
And Valentine would also like to thank the tribe and the council, whoever, for acknowledging Valentine. Maybe next year we can have a Valentine Badger. Our school district has, at this point, it's, last year was 19%. This year we're in the 20% of Native population within the school district. And I'd say 3/4 of them are Rosebud enrolled members. And talking with some of the parents, a lot of it is housing is wider in Valentine. But I just wanted to say for him, he was also a Lakota Nation champ last year too for his weight class. Daryl took him up there with some of the winter kids to get him up there and get him wrestling. But I think it's great that we're but we're honoring the wrestlers, because that is a tough sport, because wrestling is not only a team sport, it's an individual. So I think it's pretty good for all these kids, all over with wrestling. And it's a sport that really isn't acknowledged a lot for the toughness of the sport.
So
Scott and him are gonna wrestle.
Yeah, are we in the second year? Matter of fact, I might take on Chris, but looks like he's in better shape.
We'll move the table.
We're in the second year of girls wrestling since it was created. It used to be where the girls would have to wrestle the boys as well, so there was a lot of that going on, and I kind of didn't like that because girls keep beating the boys. But yeah, it's pretty interesting that the state of South Dakota had created a wrestling created wrestling for girls this year. I think it was a long time coming that this happened. I think maybe Robinson was probably tired of wrestling girls for a while too, so.
Now it's others too.
But anyway, I don't want to embarrass anybody, but I just wanted to bring them here today to recognize them, and maybe the council can make a motion to give them some type of donation to do what they want to do with it. So I have a few certificates here, just to acknowledge them so they can take home and hang on the wall or whatever they want to do with it. Amaya, she's been wrestling since she was real little. She's a Rosebud Panther, AAU, for quite a few years now. Now she's in high school, so she's doing the same thing. Unique is very unique as far as making it to the state and actually placing in the state tournament this year. So 2 years in a row. So that's pretty interesting. I want to acknowledge Adrienne Fasthorse for our outstanding performance for a successful 2023-24 season, awarded this 11th day of April 2024. So, Adrienne. And then, Maya, she's been at it for a long time, and I'm sure she's a leader on her team. So I want to acknowledge Maya Martinez. Monsina Homer. I'd like to acknowledge her. Did I say that right? Okay. I'd like to acknowledge her. She's like one of the taller ones of the bunch, so I'm sure she's probably the toughest one on the team. So thank you, Sina. Unique Claremont. She just got back from nationals. I think she did excellent job down there. I think she was like 5th or 4th or.
She went 7-1.
7-1,
yeah.
And so she 7-1 at the national tournament. So pretty interesting. So thank you, Unique. Did a good job. Caitlin Poinsettia. I'm not sure if she's the new wrestler, but thank you for being part of the team and showing up today. We appreciate your involvement in wrestling. I was once a wrestler too, so I know how it is to cut weight and make sure that you're on weight and you get there, and a lot of sacrifices as far as not being able to eat the stuff that you want to eat. So I think that's probably the hardest part. Ariana Bloom, that's the one that's not here today. That's also Anna and Daryl Ladou's daughter. Oh, Robbie Bloom
Is her grandma, that's who raises her.
Ariana Bloom. We'll give that to Ariana. And then Robinson Ladou. I always tell him that I used to wrestle his dad and I used to beat him, but I don't think that's going to happen. But yeah, thank you, Robinson, for showing up today. We appreciate you and all your involvement in wrestling. So keep it up, okay? Maybe you're back here next year with the state champion or something, okay? All right, thank you. Jordan?
I just want to say congratulations to you, girls, and the gentlemen over there. You guys are role models, whether you think that or not, and you guys are so young and you're accomplishing a lot of things. I want to thank Chris for all the work that he's done. I know he reaches out to me a lot, and I appreciate your work with our kids, Chris. It means a lot. I appreciate you girls for putting in the work, and Robinson as well. I know it's not easy. I know the struggles of growing up on a reservation and things like that, so I just want to give you guys encouragement to keep going and be getting better every day at what you guys are doing and being student athletes.
Welcome and thank you for being here today. I'm very proud of you. We all understand that being an athlete's only one part of your journey now. You know, you have to keep up your academics to continue to stay in sports. So I just want to acknowledge that you guys are doing both, you know, your academics and the sports as well. I'm so happy to see that there's girls wrestling because I know back whenever I was in school a long time ago, a lot of girls ended up quitting wrestling in middle school because they just didn't want to wrestle boys.
I've been to a few meets. I've got to see my Toja Amaya wrestle plenty of times. So I'm really proud of you. Keep going. Like Jordan said, keep being role models. Carry yourself in a good way and keep up in your school, because that's important. And wrestling, you know, there's scholarships and things like that. That's an avenue for you to get into a good college, to start your career in life. So keep thinking about that. And for the young man in Valentine, thank you for representing us in Nebraska. I went to school with your dad, so I know him. I'm proud of all of you, and just keep up the good work and keep making us proud and representing your people.
All right, I know a lot of us don't know too much about wrestling, so I don't expect everybody to say anything, but a lot of us that are younger on council, they had wrestling back in the day, and we had elementary wrestling, so you guys had some experience about doing it, so you know what it's all about. It's quite a fun sport. It's quite a fun sport, and it can be very difficult too. So as far as training and making sure that you're always in shape to wrestle your next match, so a lot of work, and there's also all the work in the off seasons as far as AAU tournaments and keeping them going until the season starts. So again, congratulations. Emily, did you have something?
I just wanted to quickly say I'm also very proud of you. Welcome today. Thank you for all the amazing hard work that you do. And coming from a mom of somebody who is wrestling, it's hard. It's not only a physical sport, but it's a mental sport. And so I just want to say thank you, and also thank you to the support system, not only the staff and the school, but also your family. And just keep it up. We're all very proud of you. Thank you.
Lila, would you have some words?
I just say welcome to you, and I'm glad you guys came. You bring really good energy. It's always good to see our youth, you know, when they come. Thank your coach, and you know, my daughter introduced me to the world of wrestling, and I was really amazed. It takes a lot of discipline, a lot of courage, and a lot of strength to do what you girls are doing. For the young man as well. And congratulations on your L&I. You know, that's pretty big too. So remember your kids, your education, and do things for yourself. That's gonna make you grow. And I really appreciate you representing us, because you are the tribe. You are the ones who are out there, and you're showing who we are. So I really appreciate you guys a lot. And I thank the coach for, you know, giving your time and your energy to our youth. You know, that means a lot. And welcome home. Hope you stay for a long time.
Right. That's 17 more years or so.
Yeah, and you know, wrestling it's different, and I really enjoy watching it, you know, and it is a different sport, and I think it really requires a lot of discipline. And hopefully we get, you know, more wrestling programs here, you know, for these kids to enjoy. So I will LIHEAP. Thank you.
I'm working on those other wrestling programs too. I got a lot of irons in the fire.
Can I get somebody to I'll entertain a motion for give them a youth donation, if that's possible.
Yeah, we were talking about that in the past. They've done like hoodies or
Jackets, we've done rings. What
was their preference that the students would look?
you could do monetary. I don't know, do they already have jackets?
No, we don't. I was talking to Chuck recently, and we were talking about different things and different awards. And I know last year the girls received letters, but they didn't receive the letters. They received a piece of paper that said they received a letter. And you know, and so Chuck said we still have letters, and that's still an option, but that a lot of students don't take the letters because they don't have jackets, you know, any sort of jacket. So I don't know if that's a thing, you know, a cool thing or anything. I'm planning on giving them a physical letter, whether, like my physical letter never went on a jacket in high school, I just had the physical letter. But so we haven't had our awards night yet, and when we do, they will be receiving a physical TC letter, like, you know, with their, and I'll have the falcon from last year in the bar. But so yeah, I don't know.
That's what they would like, jackets. You guys like jackets, wrestling jackets?
They're not going to answer. While we're talking about this, and I don't know if this is out of line, but I took the girls to camps last summer. I don't like to sell things, and I don't like to just ask for money I like to do things. And I talked to, Jordan mentioned that I reached out, and one of the things I was asking about is if there's a way that we could work, whether it be go clean up community baseball diamonds or something. I can load them up in a Suburban and we go out and do something. I don't need an answer for that today, I'm just throwing that out there, because I'd like for us to, put on a pair of gloves and do something for the money for camps, instead of, I'll take whatever we can get, I'll write a letter, but I think it's good for them, to be working to do it, and it's good for people to see us as the wrestling team doing something, it's kind of a win-win. So I just want to throw that out there. It doesn't have to be answered right now. Like I said, if I'm out of line, I apologize. I just want to put that out there as something that we would like to do. The camps will be in June and maybe July,
Can I ask a question?
What?
I could ask a question. I know in some other,
Groups like this, the fundraising part is a big deal. So like would seed money at all be helpful? Like, how like you use it to buy food and then have a food sale, or you'd use it, whatever. Would anything like that, or would it?
That's a possibility too. I thought about doing, trying to get to the businesses and seeing like we could do, get a variety of different things from stores, and then, do some raffles and things like that. I missed out on some concession stands for the high school this year, just because of some scheduling conflicts. We hope to do some of those. And we might get a track one. Last year we did, engineering versus did a GoFundMe for us, and my mom did a couple of raffles. And ideally, I'd like to start doing these things earlier, but we're kind of, it's already middle of April and we haven't done anything for our June stuff. But the season got away really fast this year. We had a busy year, and a lot of weekend travel, and missed, like I said, we missed some opportunities for high school concessions. So yeah, I mean, we're happy with whatever, anything would be a start. And we were able to take, Caitlin just came to us Caitlin did not wrestle as a freshman, so she came, but the other 4 girls all went to at least one camp. We went to 2 last summer. We went to BWU. That was a 3-day, 4-day camp. 4-day camp, we stayed overnight. They got great instruction from the BWU women's wrestling coach there. And then Coach Mashad at Lakota Tech invited us over. His son, Bulldog, has connections with wrestlers, and so they had a little mini camp there. We traveled a couple times over there. That one was inexpensive. The one in BW was a little more expensive too. It was overnight and collegiate, obviously. But so yeah, the money we get, it goes right into camps. So, I don't know. I'm really excited.
I'll go ahead and move to purchase their 6 wrestling jackets so they can display their letters and award them. And you could probably pick out the kind of styles you want.
Work with Nicole.
I know my letter, you could even see it.
Like fur.
We don't want to forget the one on the end here.
Yeah. She said
Okay.
I said 6. You have 6, right, wrestlers?
I have 5.
And then the
He would prefer, I think, if they could get a monetary deal, because like Daryl and Anna take kids and they coach them different places all through the summer at these camps. Like they've been to, is it Montana or Wyoming? They even go down to Michigan and go into camps, and they just kind of go all over. And sometimes it's not just their own, but they leave me home and take other kids. So.
I'll just withdraw. I don't know what amount, 200? Motion to approve a monetary
Donation for
200 to all of them.
Okay, 200 for each individual wrestler. Okay, we need a second.
including the one that's not here.
Okay, including the one that's not here. Emily, need a question? Bill, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay. congratulations on a successful season. We appreciate you all being here. If you want to go around and shake hands. Don't come around.
Is there anyone that should see this?
Thank you.
Next go around.
Thank you.
And you're going to start with AAU?
Yeah, actually all of them. We're at AU.
Yeah, thank you so much. Awesome.
Oh, man.
This is the
I always help out a lot.
He's around here someplace. Back there.
Actually, I'd like to talk about the veterans stuff too. Okay. Good. Yep, busy. We're running a couple of, we got 4 volleyball teams right now too, so we're busy. That's wrong foot.
Look at it, do it again. No, I want to see your pictures. Don't read those texts.
I'm gonna get right in between them.
If someone could send this to me and put it on our social media, I'll just take it off the type social media.
Okay, I'm gonna take a couple. I don't know if you say cheese or if you look serious. I
That's
don't
what
know
comes to
wrestlers
mind.
do. Game face? Okay, I said like 5. No, do it again. Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
All right, we got a bill prepared for the wrestlers and the family, somewhere. We can get Lila, and you do the got the spirit plate here, so you would do that.
You don't have to count today, okay? We'll see.
Okay, we're gonna say a meal prayer for our nice meal today that we're sharing to honor our wrestlers.
And in your own mind, you pray for your body and your mind, that, you have courage, strength, and all the good things. And that meal, this meal nourishes us. And we're really thankful to share a meal with you today. Tukashila ahitawa na kaya yukla tukashila woite kila no. Yinawa yawa mpakta yukla tukashila. Wakanja kila no tukashila which holds on wong glake. Tukashila wo ablaza washte which haku na wong glake. Wash aka wanji tukashila which haku wa. Wakanja kila no tukashila al. Kachonki tukashila donalan. Uhina jimna a hoite kila na ijamu tapik da yukha tukashila. Wapila traka ogeni chapi. Da gomni wichozani kila trokapka tukashila. Hechel hoeni chichapi apete kila nitapiasi.
Let's eat.
This will be.
all the resolutions yesterday.
I think Lisa wanted to jump to resolutions too, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we could do some resolutions till IHS gets here. Would that be all right? Kathy?
I'd like to ask council to approve travel for me. Haven't been going very often anywhere, but one of the partners that we have that come and do our spay neuter clinics, we just started working with them last year, and it's Colorado State University. It's a group of indigenous students. I have the honor of being one of their speakers about how this clinic started and the services that are provided. So they're called Voice, and it's a national conference. And so it's this year's Voice National Conference is centered around access to care, which some are aware that I wrote a grant a few years back to Pets for Life, and at the clinic we do emergency access to care. So people that come to us with something wrong that's above basic care, because at the clinic here we're able to do vaccinations, assessments, wound cleaning, sub-QIVs, so we could do the basic level care, but if it's higher level care, we refer them to Valentine. Winter won't work with us because they want cash. Martin and Myrtle both work with us, so if you come in with an emergency, sure, if you don't mind, I'm gonna use your mom's dog for an example. We brought Sherry's mom's dog in, it was having issues. We sent it to Valentine and it had a sock stuck in his tummy. So like things like that we don't have an x-ray machine, so we have to send them off. But that's one of the things that they're really focusing on now, a lot of the foundations, and most of the grants that I've written the past 2 years are all foundation grants. So their focus now is going to be on access to care, which is what I just explained. But they've got, our speakers have incredible knowledge to share with us, ranging from empowering ourselves as future veterinarians, communicating with the deaf and the Spanish-speaking clients, working with indigenous communities, and focusing on providing meaningful care. And so they asked if I could come and be a speaker to talk about what we've done on our reservation at our clinic. It's in, they're out of Colorado, they're out of Fort Lewis, but we're going to be meeting in Denver. And so that'll be on the 19th and 20th. So I need to be approved for travel.
I'm good there. You're moving on it. Lisa?
Thank you.
Second the motion. Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Thank you, Council.
Kathy, is that in April? Pardon? April?
Yeah, next week.
Lisa?
Are we in one resolutions? I know childcare has one that they need, and so does,
Let's do that until IHS gets here.
so does adult correctional facility. Lisa, did you say that, did you say you have a resolution for the rate? No. Oh, that's you, that you wanted to do something too? Yeah. So I didn't know if you had a resolution or we didn't. We just need to,
So I was gonna have her when we're ready, come over and explain the two options, in case I can't answer questions. So shall I do that now before we start, or? I'll go to
Lisa, are you gonna bring something on?
So, we're just looking at got our resolution list out here. The one is from, under budget and finance, and it's the child care. It's, I'll make a motion to reconsider and amend 2022-293. Are they all? And it's amending to approve the transition of the Sioux Vocational Rehabilitation Program from REDCO to Community Services Program.
Anybody have it?
Which one is it in, Lisa?
Look under the budget.
Budget finance. Oh.
I think it's the first one in there. In budget and finance, it's this one, a whole bunch of yellow. I don't have one like that. Like that. Oh, I was looking on the.
Yeah, it's in the packet.
Where's this one? Community
Under
services?
budget.
No, but community services, that was the number?
Yep.
Thank you. Did you get a second?
Yeah, that's, I just waiting for a second. I think Sherry seconded.
Share second.
So it's just to reconsider and amend, and that's what the amendment was.
So everybody has it? We need questions. Lila, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
And the next one is to reconsider and amend 2023-104. That's for the child care program to utilize an additional $1 million for building number 3. And that should be after the, in your packet.
Share second on that motion. Need a question? Lila, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
And I have a motion to approve resolution number 2024-86. 24-86.
Is there a second to the motion? Lila?
I'll start at the fourth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Tribe Adult Corrections is required by contract to incorporate recruitment and retention services for staff. Whereas the Rosebud Tribe Adult Corrections is prioritizing the increase of staff housing for ACF employees to assist with recruitment and retention. Whereas the Rosebud Tribal Adult Corrections is seeking to purchase staff housing and infrastructure. And whereas the Rosebud Tribe Adult Corrections is recommending to utilize the ACF revenue and any other sources of revenue for this endeavor. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Tribal Council accepts the recommendations of the RST Adult Corrections to utilize the ACF revenue and any other source of revenue to purchase staff housing and infrastructure. And be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his designee is authorized and directed to execute any and all documents pertinent. So she does have some revenue that she can start to use to start looking for some options for her correctional staff. She had those, remember those little campers out there, and she lost a couple of them to a fire, so. But it helps her keep her correctional officers out there.
Okay. I just, in regard to that, I had a question. Is that from the 100 homes where St. Francis and law enforcement got houses?
No, but we're considering giving her something.
So that's why I was gonna ask if we could give her at least 3?
Well, she's
or
using her
whatever.
revenue, this is allowing her to use her revenue to get those, to purchase or to seek other options.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right.
This is just authorizing her to use the revenue.
Emily?
Thank you. I just had a question. I don't see amount on here. Do we need to be aware of the amount in question?
No, it's just, when she
Okay,
does.
can we be aware of the amount in question, please?
I'm not positive, I just give you some. She does a couple of thousand or so for insurance for everything. And I know she has over 170,000.
But she gets revenue every month, so.
Like $250,000 maybe? You don't know?
I think when she came to committee and they were going to, she was gonna come back after she solicited to see how many she could get and what it was gonna cost. This is just allowing her, I think, right?
To set up the line item.
Yeah. And I thought the discussion, because we had those same questions at committee, and I thought she said that whenever she got the bids or whatever, then she would bring it back to committee and then it would come back to the floor.
Thank you.
Just give her authorization to go looking at those options.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she does have that infrastructure there ready from the pipe that burnt down.
And even the other one, if we could remove that
Any
for
more
them.
discussion?
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
just want to say that when programs have revenue and they have a program need, I'd like to see that revenue go to services before it goes to staff or raises. So I'm just mentioning that because prior to us doing this at Budget and Finance, we did have to help this program with $20,000 in food to feed the inmates. So I was kind of upset at the Budget and Finance meeting about that and this. So I just want to say that we really need to consider that when there's a need, that should come first for services. Thank you.
Anyone else? We need a question. Emily, all in favor of the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
These next three resolutions, Sherry, I don't think I was at that meeting, so do you want to bring them up later? But Lori's here right now to talk about some of the expo costs. And then we can go with that. Yeah.
She's coming. So rather than me read it in, I'll have her.
Welcome, Lori.
My name is Lori Walker, I'm the current director of LIHEAP. We have a heating program that goes from October 1 and ends March 32. And then a cooling season that goes from April 1st and ends September 30th. The funding that we got $1,012,000 for the heating or cooling heating season for the 6 months. We currently are on our bare bones. We also get $200,000 from SWA. So out of the SWA, $183,000 was spent on electricity, propane, wood, weatherization, and crisis, $183,815.53. For federal LIHEAP, a total of $886,257.10 was spent. And that was on electricity, propane, energy prices, furnace repair, and maintenance and weatherization. So during the cooling season, historically, the tribe always gave LIHEAP for $500,000. So I'm here today to ask the council, we put it in the budget every year, and I usually do 3 proposals, but I've only done 2 for the $500,000. The first proposal, which we've done historically, is to help zero-income families and elders. We have 296, currently 296 zero-income families.
Jeez.
We have 55 families that are 60 and over that have an income of $10,000 or less. We usually help them with $150 from April through September, and that would total $315,900. Elders that are 60 and our oldest is 96 years old. We have 246 families that are in between the income of $10,001 and $21,000. And we would usually help them with $125,000 or $125 a month for a total of $184,500. So to run the cooling season, it'll be $500,400. And I've already got approved for the $500,000. Historically, that's how we run the cooling season. Proposal B, should the tribe decide to help the families, we have 739 families between the age of 18 and 59. If the tribe should decide to help them with $150 a month from April through September, That'll be $665,100. Or should you guys decide to help the 739 with $125 a month, that would be $284,250. With the elders, with all their income, we have 374 elders, so if you have them with $150 a month, that'll be $336,600, or $125 a month at $280,500. So if you guys should choose to do Plan B, an additional $501,700 would be needed to assist all current LIHEAP households with $150. That's including the $500,000 that has already been approved.
Thank you. So sorry to interrupt. I was just wondering if you could
Provide us a copy of that to.
I was just thinking about that as I was reading this.
Thank you.
If proposal B is approved, to assist current LIHEAP households with $125 per month, an additional $334,750 will be needed on top of the $500,000 that has already been approved. So I'm here for you to ask you guys which proposal that you guys want to spend for the summer months from April 1 through September 30th. I already have $500,000 that has been budgeted, and we normally stay just right underneath that amount if we have zero-income families and elders 60 and over with an income of $21,000 or less. The reason I chose $21,000 is because if you have a working person that makes $10 an hour, they make $20,080 a year. So that's why I chose the $21,000 or less. We actually had, I got that paper. But we have, I think 74 families of elders that are over the age of 60 and have an income of $21,000 or more going into their home. And that's 73 families. The majority of our families, we have a total of 1,113 families currently on LIHEAP that get propane, wood, electricity, or fuel oil. So if we just help the zero income and the elders, that would be a total of just a little under 700 of the 1,113. The rest of the households have some form of income going into their homes.
So just to break it down, if we pick option A, you don't need additional money, but if we pick option B, then she's gonna require more money. So Tina will get that, and then you guys can take a look at it.
Just for me, getting approval from the council is I need a motion, whichever way you guys choose, to show that this is how you guys chose to run the charter LIHEAP program, because we don't have any more federal funding.
Emily?
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming today. I just had a question.
I really like that you're bringing these options today. I know I've asked several times in the past, like, do we have options to set our own threshold? So I think that this is a great opportunity. I guess what I'm asking is, do we have the ability to use this as an incentive for our working families? Because I know oftentimes we've talked about zero income families get a lot more support than some of our lower income working families. So is that kind of what this was intended to do possibly, was to spread out that incentive so that working families would be eligible, or no?
With your working families, they have the opportunity to get a TEDS loan, which is up to $500, and then they pay that back in increments. And that's through the treasurer's office.
So just as a follow-up, say we did as a tribe want to incentivize working families, do we have that option?
But it's up to you guys, and then you guys would have to give a lot more money, because you have to remember how many employees you guys have and how much it would cost per employee to be eligible for the 150 or 125.
So it might just be better to get better wages, living wages.
Thank you. I think we got, what, a 5% raise so far?
We still have a lot of work to do. There's a big gap between the top, director salary and our actual workers.
It's on a,
Yeah.
Is that 21,000 on the poverty level guidelines?
150% of the income poverty guidelines. So for 2020, for one person, it's 21,870. For two people, it's 29,580. For three people, it's 37,220. And it just goes up in increments after that.
The council, look at that report I just handed out. The first 4 pages will be a general account. After that, then it's going to be called general account, general fund, revenues, expenses. If you look on page 3 at the bottom, it tells you what all you appropriated for LIHEAP and what all is spent. Page 3 of the revenues expenses on the bottom has LIHEAP propane, LIHEAP wood, electricity.
So that we're not setting up.
The first 4 pages in is just the general account, like a budget. Then after that, it's called revenue expenses general account, and it's on the 3rd page of that. Down at the bottom, you'll see it.
So, we're not totally heartless that way, contrary to popular belief. I met with my staff and I said, what can we do? Because we have to figure out a way how we're going to stretch this money to touch as many people or households as we can. One staff said, there's some ARPA money, let's ask for that to cover the rest of the summer, which was a good idea. Another staff said, well, what about TANF and GA? Can't we help those families? Which was also another very good idea. So I pondered both recommendations over the weekend, and at our next staff meeting, I have told them those are very good ideas. I would love to do both of them, but here's why I'm not going to ask. One is the ARPA money isn't a guarantee for the next years. We may get something for the summer, but that isn't a guarantee. 2, if we ask for more money to help with the GA or mechanic clients, how do we know the tribe is going to have the money to assist in the next coming years? I said we can't set up our families to think that the tribe is going to have the monies to bail them out. We need to start teaching our constituencies how to fish rather than give them the fish. And those are hard decisions that we have to make because we do get calls from families that are working or people telling us, well, they just bought groceries and they're going to melt and they're going to thaw out. Well, then why didn't you think about your bill? So one of the things that I'd like you to remember, because we do go out and we do the education, but if a person got disconnected on April 10th, it's not because they didn't pay their March bill. It's because they didn't pay their February bill. They still had the waiting amount. Cherry Todd allows you to go 30 days before they disconnect you. So your April bill is really your March usage for March 1 to March 30th. Lake Creek allows you to go 90 days. So when we pay their supplemental portion of what they're eligible for, and they choose not to make those payments and they get disconnected from Lake Creek, is because they were allowed to go 90 days before they actually disconnected. Winter and Rosebud, they allowed 30 days, but they only charged 10% of their bill for the reconnect. And we sent all that out, we have a reminder. And I'm part of two national groups. One, I'm an advisory member for the national, the NEWAC, the National Energy and Utility Affordability Coalition. And as an advisory member, they kind of really help shape some of the policy for LIHEAP. And they help and they go out and they're boots on the ground with the offices, but they also have lobbyists up in DC, so they help and they remind people that here's what LIHEAP does, here's what we need, this is why we need it. They talk to the senators, and we go on LIHEAP Action Day, and we talk to our senators. I'm also a member of the Performance Management Integration National Work Group, and with that, I'm part of the data collection. So we're developing programs that would best work, computer programs or any type of electronics that would work best for LIHEAP offices, and how we can streamline some of the processes. And we'll be meeting in New York in June. But I also want to take this time to remind people that LIHEAP is not an entitlement program. You have to be 150% within the income quality guidelines. That includes any type of income going into your home. And I do want to give a plug to Joshua Jordan out of the Elderly Protection, because he's really worked well, because I referred several families that have adult children who have taken their parents' cards and drained them. And now there's a family out there that's elders who are in jeopardy of losing their home because they haven't paid their rent, as well as getting disconnected again. So those are some of the issues I think that people need to consider, is that the elders that are in their home, they're abusing their own elders. Rather than calling offices and blaming them, we need to look at themselves and say, what are we not doing at this? So, proposal A or proposal B?
What about, Lori, what about the creek? Are they friendly people, or are they still the same?
No, we work really well with all the utility companies. They invite us over, they talk about how well, because we've gotten more streamlined and we pay our bill consistently every month on time. But they're really a good group of people that we work with.
And I see here you got 60 to 70 years.
Oh, because that would be the level of the ages of the individuals that qualify.
What about like me? I'm gonna be over 80, so do I get a little extra?
If you give us all a bonus and a raise, we might consider it.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori. One more question here. On your Plan A and Plan B, are there also two options underneath them, the 125 or 150, or is it both under?
No, under Plan A, the 150 is just for the zero income families and elders that make 21,000 or 10,000 or less. And 10,001 to 21,000 is for the 125, because they have some type of income.
So on the second page where you say if you should pick proposal B in the amount of 150, then it's 501,000, or 125 a month is 334. So are we picking between those two options, or are they together?
The two options of 150 or 125, and I was just trying to break out the ages.
I'm still very confused.
Okay, so the 150, should you guys choose the 150?
So it is two different choices, right? We either pick 125 or 150?
125 or 150, yeah.
Within each one?
Yeah.
Okay,
and
thank
so
you.
Underneath that, I have it spelled out a little bit more under table 1,115. For 150 to be 1,001,700. Or for 125, it would be 835, 750.
Okay, so no matter which one we pick, then we also have to decide if it's 125 or 150?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
On option B.
On both of them?
But on option A, it's already set.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I was confused, thank you.
Is there more questions?
So,
Sure.
I know, I just learned about a program called ROCKS.
Yeah.
Okay, if people utilize that, then they can't utilize LIHEAP. If they utilize LIHEAP, they can't utilize that, correct?
No, ROCKS allows for $100 one time per 6 months, I think, or a year. So we've had people that got their bill paid by LIHEAP, and then ROCKS would pay $100 on top of that if it was more than what they were certified for.
Okay, thank you.
We've got the program on it.
Am I in for one of the election day? No.
Never had anybody request that for a long time.
Yeah, we refer them when we can.
Kathy?
so if, I would recommend we go with A unless we have 500,000 extra to give to the program. So that's my recommendation, is to go with A.
I'll second, is that a motion? Were you making a motion? I was in second.
Well, I wanted to see if anybody else had an opinion.
Sorry.
No, I was gonna second your motion.
Okay, I'll make that as a motion then.
Okay, Kathy's motion and Michael's second.
No question.
Any further discussion? And we're going with, what, Plan A?
Yeah.
Plan A. Okay, need a question. Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voted.
0.
Lori, can you let them know that the applications will just roll over, because...
Oh, yeah, we will get, once we got this motion, we were gonna take care of that.
Okay. Thank you. Asked to pick up apps.
Before Lori goes, I wanted to, say that, we have a lot of, grants that we
One through electrification, and it'd be really good for you to come to, when we plan and organize it, for you to come to a meeting and maybe offer some input and some suggestions, because earlier when the treasurer was addressing the $1 million electrification grant, we're really trying to identify specific communities that could benefit from that. So I would really like your input when it comes to that, because you know like which communities could really use it.
Your turn to talk, people.
This gum leaves a taste in my mouth.
I will.
Council will switch gears and bring on IHS. Patient, we've been waiting for us to get to her.
I got
All right, my brain. Get my pencil. Okay,
Hey, everybody. Thank you for having me. I wanted to pass on a few Dear Tribal Leader letters that were sent out. I don't know who all gets to see them, but they are pretty informational. The first one is about, well, let me talk about the One HR first. So as part of Director Sill's initiative to try to get people in IHS faster, they've created a centralized HR department. So there's no longer a local area HR, they're all employees of headquarters now. So that includes anybody under HR, your ERLR, payroll, benefits, all of those people are now headquarters employees. It's supposed to streamline things. There's still a little bit of speed bumps going on, but it's supposed to be able to get people cleared faster and in the door, because what's happened is, so we recently had another IT person hired. We had 4 openings, we hired 3. We had the remaining 1 filled, but because the background process takes a while, he ended up accepting a job somewhere else. So that does happen quite a bit, but that's just one example. So just so you have that. The other is, they've done a lot with the identity and standardizing the the IT process, so that all of us have, even if they're a contractor, they still go through the same process as an employee. They used to not have to have these cards here. They do now. So that's just a background security process. The other handout is my grievance form. My number, again, my desk number is 474-0431. I don't mind helping people, and I have been, but I'm also filling out the grievance form when they call me, because I don't mind fixing it, but I want to get to the root of the problem. Some of the more recent problems are, people not being able to get into dental, people not being able to answer the phone.
Kathy? On the front that you're discussing.
Yeah.
Are you still sending out a generic response? Like, when this form comes in, then there's a generic response, and then you just add a paragraph addressing.
So are you giving the people the opportunity to come and speak with you about the issue at hand?
All the ones I talk to everybody myself.
Okay.
And I send them a personalized letter.
All right. The next thing that I want to bring up, and I'm just going to jump right into it. I'm aware, and I've been contacted by a lot of staff. I really think that it is not helping our facility to have our C-suite working from home. I think that that's poor management, and if there's something that we could do through the health board or through this body, everyone that works in that C-suite needs to be sitting at a desk and not calling in. I get a lot of calls at home because I used to sit on the health board, and I used to work at IHS, so there's still a lot of people there that know me and know that I'll speak up on their behalf. And there are too many issues for our federal employees to be calling in remotely. You are paid a very good salary to be sitting in that administrative office. So I don't know what it's going to take, if we need to do a resolution and send it as far up as DC to make a change to that. We at the tribe no longer do that. A resolution was passed after COVID ended that we would do no more call-ins. I mean, something like, for example, and this didn't come from maintenance department itself, it came from another employee, that during the time there was a major breakdown, we've got a lot of people working remotely, and there were some broken pipe issues, and so the supervisor was calling in from, I believe, Hot Springs and telling them how to fix the issue. If we have a building maintenance person that is supposed to be overseeing and managing this program, he shouldn't be doing it from home. So I really think that needs to be addressed, and I would like us as a body to address it, and I would like to ask that we do a resolution mandating or demanding that the C-suite people return to be in administration and not allowed to be working remotely. I mean, that's just uncalled for. It's just unacceptable. We all have to be here. We don't call in. Our employees have to be in their offices. They don't call in, and we're all servicing the tribal membership. So I think after today, I would like to make a motion that we do draft a resolution to address some of the issues that are occurring right now at the IHS. The other one I want to bring up is I have nothing against our relatives from other tribes. However, I'm understanding that our tribal members are being replaced by our cousins, the Ogalalas. We have people here we need to employ. We have people here that are, I have the permission to discuss this. We have, and can I ask one of my colleagues to waive their 3 minutes, because it might take me a little bit more than 3 minutes? Okay, we have a person who went to school to become the profession she is. And just because of something personal that occurred, I've never heard of an employee, because of filling a PMAP, having Aberdeen told, do not hire her. She had a poor PMAP. When the PIP wasn't put in place. Things like that are occurring to our tribal members. And so I will speak strongly for them, because we live here and our people are comfortable with our own people at Indian Health Service. And so whatever is going on up there, it needs to be addressed. We need to keep our own tribal membership here. And so when you come again, I would like to know exactly how many non-Rosebud Sioux tribal members were recently employed within the last 2 years. Because those positions could have very easily been filled by our own, and not bringing in our Oglala cousins. So those are two things that are really important to me that we need to address. And some of our specialty services, you know, we talked about taking over, and I opposed it because I feel like if you go and you buy a new car, you want a new car that's going to be reliable and dependable. You don't want a car that's got bald tires, oil leaks, and just isn't going to run. I feel strongly that we're in a position to take over until it's in working condition where we have medical staff, not all contract staff, and that everything is in good shape. And we're not there, so I oppose it. But, I mean, that's my own personal opinion. And I'm going to give the floor back, and I have another issue I want to bring up, but I'll wait until somebody else talks.
Yeah, just to follow up with my colleague's recommendation about C-suite, I guess. I didn't get a chance to talk at Health Board, but I would like to see also like somebody from Health Board to be, or maybe a new position created, and allow a tribal member to be present to protect our people who work there. I have a lot of complaints too. I mean, you guys bring in IHS contractors, and then some of those contractors are treated more fairly or get more protection than our own tribal members do up there. That's a big concern for me. What we should be trying to retain, I'm kind of repeating what my colleague's saying, but we should be retaining those workers. I know that we have iStar, but I guess, and we've talked about this several times with you and the prior CEOs, and I feel like iStar is just a process, a formality, because you can go in there and I can write somebody up, but then they'll turn around and they're saying to this employee, well, you're harassing this other, who you're writing up. That's not fair either. I mean, I guess it's hard for me to sit here and feel bad for these contractors who are non-members that we're bringing in, and they're mean to our own people that work there. And having some of them call me upset and crying and things like that, I mean, it's frustrating. I just want our workers to be treated well. They deserve that. They take care of our people day in and day out up there. And to me, they have more compassion than a non-member does for our people because they know how it is to grow up here. They know what struggles our people go through. So we should really be trying to retain them. And then I know we have workplace policies like harassment and things like that, but I also feel that those are formalities as well because there's no protection for them. That's why I asked that you guys maybe we can discuss it at health board if you can come and discuss another position and have a tribal member be there to give them a voice so they can go through, because iStar isn't cutting it right now. And as much as you say that you follow up, I honestly don't think that things get followed up on.
Kathy?
Thank you. I'll just keep rotating. I have an answer for you, unless it's changed. The chair of health board, or health administrator, are our liaisons and our president. And in the past, all or any of you could sit in on any of their meetings. A job description was written when I worked there for us to have that liaison. And that person is situated right there at IHS. And that person is supposed to be taking the complaints and bringing them to the tribe for us to address. So that position is created and paid for by IHS, but it's for the tribe specifically. For the people, when somebody has a complaint about their care or how they're treated, that's who they go to. And that person is supposed to be addressing the health board or the president to respond to it. So I just wanted to let you know that. I finally remembered my other questions. I'm also told that the hospital is not recognizing the veterans. And so I would like a response on that, why they're not recognizing their needs. I've had a few veterans call in, and I'm really unhappy that they can't get health care service there. The other thing that I want to bring up is I'm told that the ER contract is about to end. And how many years ago? Years ago, when it went on contract, we were told at that time that the contract was temporary, that it would eventually go back to being actual staff from our facility itself. So where are you advertising for the contract, ER contracts? Is IHS planning on bringing it back into the hospital as the hospital is hiring our ER staff, where it's managed and controlled by the facility? Because when you have situations that occur in ER, you have to contact the contract people on situations, on lack of care, rudeness, misdiagnosis, anything like that. If the patient goes to you, you actually end up referring them back to the contractors because it's their employees, it's not your employee. And so that's really kind of an inconvenience. So I'd like to know, what do you have, when is the new ER contract going to be advertised? Where is it going to be advertised? And if that's which way we're going again, whatever happened to ER going back under IHS, not being a contracted, but actually being physicians, caregivers that are located there, that are here all the time and not, the biggest problem with contractors is that we all have the situation where every time you go in, you have to completely give your whole history again. And when you're sick or you have a life-ending sickness, okay, minutes. If you have a life-ending sickness, then you have to sit there and explain it all again, and it's really frustrating. Having contract, you have no continuity in care, because every time you go back, maybe that doctor's not going to be there again. And before I sit down, because I got my 1-minute warning, how many hours are you in the office right now?
How many hours am I in the office? I work every day. I work
in the
10,
office.
12 hour days, 3. Listen, I can tell where this is going. I have a neurological condition that I get infusions for 5 days a week, but I still telework with an IV in my arm. That's the only time I'm gone. The rest of the C-suite, nobody is remote. No one's remote. But I have a serious health problem that requires 5 days of infusions every 4 weeks, but I'm still working. Everybody
So
else is there.
technically, you're only in the building one day?
No, I'm there 3 weeks in a row, and then I work remote 5 days a month. That's it, just to get my treatment.
Okay, thank you.
I have Lisa, Martha, and Sharon.
I had, the last governing body meeting, we had a special council meeting, and I did send Skyla up there to address some complaints that we had that were coming to our health board. And a lot of them were, I know there were a lot of long-term tribal member employees that have left. And I don't know, Skyla hasn't given a report back or had any contact back, but I wanted to know when those employees left and why. And then there were a couple other complaints about tribal members being treated badly up there that health admin was going to address with the governing body at that day. And I know that was when we had council on that day, so. Also, I thought that ER contract just got renewed.
No, it's up in June, at the end of June, and it's not a local contract, it's an area contract. Well, it's, right now it is tribal EM, but they're doing a new solicitation at area. Unfortunately, it's not my contract.
I think it's been tribal EM since the diversion.
Yeah, since the diversion, that's why I was asking the question.
I think it was AB staffing before that.
Oh.
AB staffing was the nightmare.
Yeah, there were just other maintenance complaints that were the ER room with the bathrooms.
Yeah, and Skyla didn't come, but she didn't get into any specifics about that, but I'm happy just to follow back with her.
Okay, and they're filed through her office, so I could always.
Yeah.
Oh, you can ask her. Willie got me before again.
Kathy, I have a couple of ahead of you.
Oh, did you? Okay. That motion is still sitting out there.
Martha?
Good afternoon.
And Micah?
For that resolution.
My complaint is on behalf of the elders, the Lakota speaking elders. You know, sometimes they have a hard time, so you need to get someone to help. I know there's a lady up there that understands Lakota, but I don't know why she's not helping these elderly. Instead, she's rude to them, and that's, you know, that's what I hear. When I sit up there, when I have an appointment, when I sit up there, some of the elders come ask me. I try to help them, but you know, it's hard because I'm not an employee up there. But that's my complaint because of the rudeness of some of the employees. And do you guys do drug testing?
No.
The only people that...
I think you guys really should, because I'm not going to say it on air, but I think that's one thing that should be done. But the rudeness of your staff here, when you're coming in, there's 4 ladies that sit there. You know, they need to be more respectful to these elders. Some of these are cancer patients. My husband is a cancer patient, dialysis patient. You know, he gets frustrated standing there, you know, and I'm sure he's not the only one. And it's really hard because sometimes he's hard of hearing, and I have to try to explain to him, be nice, you know, they're trying to help you, but with the pain that you have with this cancer, they can't be patient. So I'm saying get someone, a Lakota speaker, or someone to help these elderlies, because it's hard for them. When you have to tell them, you can speak softly to them, some of them understand. But when somebody rude that works there, a professional worker that works there starts hollering, you know, that's very uncalled for. Thank you.
I have Micah, then Kathy. Then Stan.
No, you forgot me? Oh, Sherry, yeah.
I did.
Okay, if you want to go first.
Micah, Kathy, and then Sharon, then Stan.
Go ahead. So there was a motion made, I want to say this past summer, asking for yourself, and Kelly might have accompanied you to that meeting, but
for you to bring forward the ER contract. It was stated at that time that is something that you don't have access to, that you would probably have to reach out to Rockville for that information because area office didn't have that access either to the ER contract. There was a meeting after that, council meeting after that, where it was asked, well, what control does IHS, yourself, Kelly, have over the ER department? Can you share that with, because we do have new council, so can you share what your role is, part of the oversight of the ER department?
Yes, so all of the contracts that we have currently at the hospital were all released as part of a FOIA. So they have been released, I believe it was from the consultants that were working on the 638 plan. So they have every single contract that IHS has, including the ED contract. So it is here. I just can't hand it over to you, but it is here. I can follow back with Dan to get it. But we also have a nurse supervisor in the ED, and that's federal, and we have a board certified emergency medicine physician that was just hired. He's oversight of the contractors. They actually do not take complaints. We take the complaints and then he handles them, our federal employee. So we don't make the patients call them directly, but we do the schedule, we tell them how many people need to be there, etc.
Okay. And I mean, last year there was also a motion made, and I don't know if a resolution needs to follow that, because when IHS comes here, it's, part of my language, but the same BS for years and years and years. And we made a motion to have, when IHS is to come and present to council, that Joe Amia is supposed to be the one to come, because he's from area. Because for the sake of your time and our time, the buck always gets passed, because you can't answer things, you can't speak to things, and area can. So I guess, what can you handle? When you come here and listen to council, and you hear all the complaints, all of the negative things that are happening at our facility to our tribal members, what is within your control?
Well, there's a lot of rules that govern the HR process. We talk to every employee. They also, if they're below a grade 11 or a non-supervisor, they have the union authority. So anytime that I meet and sit down with someone, they're allowed to have the union or an advocate of their choice with them. And they're given 24, 48, sometimes 72 hours notice before that. So I could have somebody else come in with me, but they could have the union on the phone. Trying to think. And they don't have to be a lawyer or anything. It could just be somebody that they want there with them to advocate. Sometimes they don't, but most of the time they do have someone there. As far as those complaints, so say somebody was being written up for misconduct. I don't have the power to just fire somebody. If somebody is going to hurt a patient or something like that, then I have the area director, Joe, sign a letter and put them off on administrative leave while we investigate it, especially if it has to do with children or elders.
So what is that time frame? So if you get a complaint or something, what is that time frame? And how long does it in real time happen? Does it follow that time frame, or is it longer?
It has to follow that time frame.
And what is that time frame?
The first initial leave is 10 days, 10 working days the employee has.
The day you receive the complaint?
From the day I receive the complaint.
Okay.
From the day I receive the complaint. And then the administrative leave can be extended per the discretion of the area director. Usually it's initial 2 weeks, and then they'll review the case. Sometimes people may be arrested and there might be a child involved in the offense, but they also have the right to due process. So it's not like we can just fire them. Maybe it was a domestic incident, we don't know. So we have to follow those time frames, and that's what the HHS and OPM guidelines. So they're not left without pay. And when they're on administrative leave, they get paid. That could anger some people, that could make some people happy, but that's just the rule that it is. And then they do a full-on investigation. We send all the documents up, and then HR reviews all of those. The employee relations, labor relations reviews all those, and then they make a recommendation regarding the employee.
Okay, all right. I know my time's up, so.
I have Kathy, then I have Sharon, and then I have Stan.
Okay, first of all, the drug testing that you're asking about, the last time that I was on health board, we did go to Aberdeen, and we did request that. And the area director at that time had introduced us to 2 other people, because it's something they don't have established, but that didn't mean that it couldn't be. So at that time, they did start working on it, so we'd probably have to revisit it again in order to have our IHS employees drug tested. It isn't out of the question, it's just a process. The second thing, in response to what we were talking about, that person that I'm talking about, what Martha's complaint is, that position I'm talking about, actually when I worked there under the medical staff, one of my assignments was to write that job description. That job description is trifled. That job description not only works as a liaison, but it was supposed to be a Lakota speaker. I don't know if you all remember Chris Bordo, but he used to be that person, and he would work with the patients. That was his job description. The only thing that we had to change in it is that he had to be able to do computer technology work, which he wasn't familiar with, and so he ended up going into a different position. But that position is supposed to be filled by a speaker in order to help our tribal members, our elders that need to be assisted with our language. So maybe that's something you need to look into, because that was the original intent of that position, is the liaison between the patients and the IHS. The other question I have is, what are the positions in the C-suite?
There is myself, the CEO, the deputy CEO, the chief nurse executive, the medical director, the deputy medical director, and the chief quality manager.
So then, why is our maintenance person working remote?
I don't know who that is. I don't know who you mean, like I can't talk about specific employees.
ECFE.
I
think it's ECFE.
I can't talk about, I can't talk about
I
personnel
won't
issues.
continue that. The reason I'm asking is I had a motion on the floor, and in that motion, I'm asking that the area office has all employees return to the facility and not work remotely. Not just the C-suite, but any program director or program supervisor that's been working remotely. Only work from the facility, no more allowing them to go home and get on the computer and run their program, their department. In that, I'd also like to include in that motion that we have the area director come here so that we can have a face-to-face with him. I know it's a requirement of first going to Washington DC in order to get permission, doing all the paperwork in order that you don't come here and say something that you're not supposed to say. So we'll work on that resolution and get it to you with a letter requesting that everyone return to the duty station and not work remotely, and that the area director come and have a nice little visit with us. So that's my motion.
Okay, Sharon, you were seconding that, or Linda seconded it?
Oh, I was waiting for the floor.
Yeah, she's waiting.
Let's get a second to the motion before I.
Jordan got it.
Jordan, you seconded it? Okay. Is there any discussion on it?
I'll question if there's no discussion.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
2. Oh, 0.
How many?
2.
Motion carries. Okay, Sharon.
Thank you. Do you have a housing, well, you do have a housing committee. How many people consist of your housing committee, and are they local?
I'm trying to think. There's 6 people on there.
Okay, are they all from our local
4
hospital?
are local, yeah.
Okay, and when you have policy changes, that affects somebody's living situation who has lived in a house for 16 years, what is your protocol for that? Just to evict them, or?
No, any policy changes to the housing agreement have to go to the area office, and then they also have to go to the Office of the Inspector General for review.
Okay.
And then, if somebody were to be evicted, that process takes a long time. That's not done through me, that's not done through area, that's done through the Office of the Inspector General out of Colorado. And then they work on evicting the tenant if that's what's needed.
Okay. So, COVID hires are not eligible for housing?
Generally, no. No, not temporary employees generally are not.
So how could an employee be a COVID hire if they've occupied a house for 16 years?
I can't get into that specifics, but I can give you a hypothetical. Say I was a police officer for the tribe for 20 years, and then I went to a volunteer for a different position. When I changed that position, my status would change.
Okay. And you don't work with those people? You don't work with them to allow them to stay in their home?
Do you mean like forever, or time to move out, or what do you mean?
You had to give them time to work with them and give them different arrangements?
Everybody has time, sorry. And then nobody is evicted between, I think, October 1 and April 1st, if I'm not mistaken. So it's just a little small window.
Okay. And
but I don't generally get into the nuts and bolts of the housing because I just sign off on the, so if anybody wants to appeal, then they send a letter in, so I don't usually sit in on the meetings and stuff.
Okay, so within that process, if they appeal, and the appeal's denied, well, actually, let me ask you a different question. Are you upfront with them whenever do you let them know your housing is at risk now that you're gonna move to this position for COVID status? You're not gonna be eligible for this house, so think about taking this job in this situation?
Me personally?
Yeah.
No, but the housing manager does.
Does? And do you guys have proof of that?
Usually, yes. And everything is always done in a letter, always.
Okay. So when somebody is evicted and they are appealing and they get denied, where do they go after that?
That I couldn't tell you. I've seen very few people get evicted, and usually it's for destroying the place or not paying rent, so I'm not.
Well, there's somebody that's being evicted right now who's lived in a house for 16 years and has worked for IHS for 16 years, and they transferred over to COVID status, and now they're getting evicted. And they're asking for one more year to the end of their contract, and nobody is working with them.
That's good.
She gave me a warning.
Then Jordan, then English.
I have a question. Something that happened to my nephew's wife. She done something to her ankle, and she came to the IHS up here and she got treated for it. And then she also got referred to Rapid City. And after she got up there, she got denied. Is that something that's, I couldn't believe that when I heard that it was actually denied from the hospital. I don't know, is that something that happens a lot, or was there a reason?
Sometimes in the EDs, if I went for an injury and it was deemed not to be life-threatening or limb-threatening, some of them are being denied because we're still only able to approve ones, priority ones. So like a torn meniscus or a rotator cuff wouldn't necessarily qualify as a tier 1 referral, so that's why it would get denied. No one should be going up there and then learning that they're denied. There should be some communication before that with outpatient or the ED.
She works, and now she's unable to work, she's home. Got a cast in her leg.
Oh, well, can I get her name before I leave? Do you mind? I don't want to say it on the air, but can I talk to you after this?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
And Emily?
So I guess, my first question is, you had said that, is the deputy CEO, is she there every day?
Yes.
Okay. Because I guess I was under the interpretation she was teleworking as well as a quality manager. And also, I guess my follow-up question is about PRC. So how come they canceled the position for, what is it, the department head of PRC?
The supervisor?
Yeah, so how come they canceled that whenever we had 12 qualified applicants?
It's not, it was reposted, it's posted.
But that's been over a year.
I don't know, I can't speak to the specifics, but I know, someone had previously asked me about it, so I did touch base with Francine, the deputy CEO, and it is reposted. But I'm happy to look into that. Anytime there's allegations of, if somebody feels that there's an improper hiring practice, they can even call area and talk to Troy Badmoccasin.
I mean, I don't feel like it's an improper hiring process. What I feel like it's an improper, if we have 12 qualified applicants, why did the deputy CEO cancel the interviews for it? I mean, why didn't she just go ahead and have the interviews for the 12? Is it because somebody who was gonna probably get it was gonna, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just
No, I
kind of
hear
leads
you.
to other things, like, I'm not saying that it was unfair, but I'm saying we're going without a supervisor in that position for over a year. And it's just kind of gets frustrating that we keep having to do this, but I also wanted to make a motion that, somebody from health board or the health board chair be allowed to sit in your C-suite meetings. And, I guess we also need to really think about having Joel Amy out here again, because I understand you're doing the best you can, but I really hate whenever we sit here and we say, like, you can't answer most of the stuff that we talk about. It gets really frustrating. And if you can't do it, then just bring him here so he can actually answer our questions. But,
I put it in that motion.
huh?
I put it in that motion.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear it, sorry. Maybe, my recommendation too, as well as, my colleagues, is to put those in, resolution forms too. So maybe we should send the motions to Eric and then let him know too.
You seconded, Kathy?
No, it's in her motion already.
It's already in my motion. I'm just asking for the floor.
And Jordan seconded.
No, she already had that motion. I'm withdrawing mine.
It was already voted on.
Yeah.
She just didn't know she voted on.
Okay, I have Emily.
I didn't hear her. C-suite.
Hello, thank you for coming.
Hi, thank
Good to
you.
see you, it's been a while.
Yes.
So I guess I'll just start right there. Since it has been a while, is there a process that we could request that there's somebody here every meeting in your absence? Because it's been a very long delay. I have a lot of comments, a lot of questions, and some of them might not even be relevant because it's been months.
Yep.
So I just want to start there. Secondly, kind of to follow up off of Jordan's comments there, I think we might have been hearing some similar complaints, because I also am curious, I guess. I know you said you can't speak to specifics, but in this instance, I'm kind of very wondering about those specifics, because from my knowledge of the situation, not only were there 12 valid applicants, but some, if not all, were given indication that they were up for interviews, that, you know, they were waiting and doing all this. And so in my mind, was policy followed? Because if you're going to go as far as follows, you know, offer somebody an interview and then to take that back and then allow that to stay vacant for, you know, over a year, not only are there, you know, issues and questions and whatever, but the actual optics of that looks very much like it's an illegal practice, like you're stalling and holding that vacancy for somebody. And I've heard actually that there were changes made to that job description, there were changes made to the requirements of what that was, and to me, those are all, again, illegal actions according to our IHS policies. So I just want to be very upfront about that, and I would like a very prompt response, if you could provide that, not today, obviously, but soon. So I guess the question in that would be, and I'm trying to be fast here, where are we at with that hiring practice? I know that the PRC in that department is so important, so could you give us a little bit, because like I said, some of my complaints have been months old now.
Yeah, we did, like I said, I had received that complaint before, so I did touch base with the deputy CEO, and it is being reposted, but since then, we've hired 2 additional people in PRC and 1 emergency hire, so we have 4 in there now. We have 1
But is that
budget
typically the process, sorry, you're not answering my question, is that typically the process where you advertise for so long, set up interviews, and then take it back?
I don't know if the interviews were set up. What
Yeah,
happens is...
somebody, I saw the email.
Yeah. Okay, well, if you could send that to me, that would be great, because sometimes you get an email from HR that says you've been referred for this position. And then it says it's not an offer of employment and this and that, but the actual guidelines are the hiring manager, of which I'm not, every hiring manager can, or they do or do not have to do interviews. That's part of the OPM rules.
Okay, I know I'm out of minutes, I'm gonna ask some questions real fast here and hopefully
I'll
I
leave
can
my
answer.
3 minutes to Emily.
Thank you, Kathy. The first question that I have is, speaking of staff and hiring and all of that, there's always rumors, and I just want to throw them out there, and I'm asking, are there any changes upcoming that we should be aware of in leadership roles especially? I know we've mentioned the ER contract, so I do have some specific questions about that, about why were we told this was going to be temporary and now it's long-term? My specific question is how long-term? What are the proposals right now for that next term of contract? So I do have lots of questions, but just to get to the rumor mill, I'd like to squash it or get confirmation, are we looking at any leadership changes?
No.
No, okay, thank you. And then for a follow-up on that, sorry, I had
And then really quick while you look, contracts usually when they're sent out, they're usually a base year, which is 1 year, and then an option of 4 years. So
Okay.
a lot of times, I can't say that that's what this one is, but a lot of times that's what they are, base plus 4.
no, I'm talking about staff, like, for instance, your position or anybody in the leadership up in administration. There are no
Nope.
potential.
No.
Okay, so we can squash that. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I had like 3 other ones. I apologize. If anybody has a question, I will let them go until I get my notes together. Thank you.
I need somebody to give me their 3 minutes because I gave her mine. Lila's giving me hers. Okay, like Emily said, I've had a lot of questions. That's why I have so many, because I haven't been here, or you haven't been here, one or the other. There was a history in the past of certain people watching people that were picking up medications that had narcotics, and our security had to step it up because transactions of patient selling either to an employee, I mean, this is documented there. A patient was selling their narcotics to one of the employees because the employee was aware that they were getting narcotics, and that's occurring again. And so we had to step it up and have security do more surveillance, and so it's happening again. So I suggest that your security start keeping a better eye on people leaving the pharmacy and who is approaching them, because we don't need that occurring again. And the next thing is veterans' preference. It sounds like it hasn't been being honored, and so can you look into that to see why veterans aren't being given that point system or being hired, like non-veterans being hired over a veteran? And the last, 2 more left. The ER contract, when does that end, or has it already ended?
June, the end of June.
The end of June?
June 30th, I think.
End of June, okay.
So how soon will it get picked? How soon will anyone get picked?
And how long do you, I mean, you're probably going to say you don't know, so how long do you think that it might take to get that process done? Once June hits, are you going to, is the area office going to start advertising select so that there's no break in service, that when, if it's the same one, you're going to know that they're going to be there? If they select a new contractor, that transition period, is it going to work smoothly where we have one coming in right after the other one?
Yes.
Okay, my last question, because I got my 1-minute warning. At the next meeting that you have here, it would be really nice if you would bring your C-suite department heads in for any questions we may have that you can't answer, that they may answer.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I guess I would just make a motion to have health board chair and the chairman or their delegate to be in the interviews for supervisors or department heads positions.
Is there a second to the motion? Micah? Any discussion on it? Need a question? Bill? All in favor of the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Any more questions for IHS? Any thoughts to share with them? Emily?
Thank you. I forgot to ask in my request there for that information, if we could get like a cost analysis, even if it's just an estimate, on what we're paying for the ER contract versus what we were paying when it was a department by the IHS.
Yep.
And then, just those dates, I guess, of when the transition period will happen and the process and who gets to say pick the contract, I guess.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you want the cost of regular employees, so say they were to recruit and hire employees, or do you want like the old contract?
I think even both. I think the recruit would be more meaningful because that's going to give a more today kind of value versus, pre-pandemic and all those things.
Yep.
But thank you.
Okay, I can do that.
Emily, in that request, did you ask if, the question of why they're still contracting?
Can we also add that to the list now?
Why you're still contracting, yeah.
Yeah, I think that I thought I said it, if I didn't come out and say it, I think it's for an explanation, especially when we were overpaying and now the opposite is happening.
Agreed. Can I share one more thing before I leave? The CDC is coming to town, and I don't know, you may stop me if you've already heard this, but the Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Health Board has requested that the CDC come and attempt to help address the syphilis epidemic that's been going on. So if you see them around, that's what they're doing. They're going to be in the community doing education, doing provider education. They'll be, like I said, with the Great Plains Tribal Health Board. The MGH, the Boston Docs, are going to be out with them, but they're going to be out in their volunteer capacity. So just in case you hear any scuttlebutt in the community, they're going to be here from the 15th through the 26th. Thank you.
Fremont?
Yeah, are you making an effort to work with the VA so the veterans could go to the IHS here and you people could make referrals for us?
Yeah, actually, Willie Bearshield is coming down to meet with me, and he's been meeting with some veterans groups. That's a big push from him, so I'm working with him on that to make it easier for the veterans, because we can't turn anybody away, so I don't know why people would think we need to do away with that. But yeah, that's a big push that's going on now.
Yeah, because a lot of us veterans, they referred us to the Avera Clinic in winter, and nobody likes to go to winter. I mean, no respect, disrespect to my Colado there, but people don't like to go to winter, You could be a well-off Lakota, but to them, you're just nothing but a street bum, That's all they look at you as, so.
I can include a summary of what Willie's working on with me, and I can email that over.
I just wanted to ask, at the beginning of having added a timeline to some of the requests I had, so is it realistic to ask for that for the next meeting?
Oh, yeah, I'll send it before, and I'm gonna let Joe know all the questions that you all would like before the resolution comes. So, and I can let Dale know, and then I'll let all the C-suite know. So I'll send that summary by the end of the day.
Thank you.
We're dancing here. I don't know if it's still CMS that comes in and does the review, but when was the last review? And is it still CMS?
It is CMS. Last review they finished was in June of this past year. I did ask Dan Davis if I could turn over the full report, and he said, no, I can't.
We have gotten it before.
Yeah, I mean, I can still follow up with him, but I did ask for it.
Yeah, because it's good for us to know what, if there was any findings, what the corrective action plan was, and was the corrective action put in place to put us back in good standing? Because that is one of the reasons we lost our ER and we had to go on a full diversion, was because our ER failed the CMS review.
Yes, ma'am. So we did pass. There were no immediate jeopardy findings. There were some other findings, nothing major, but you do have to demonstrate the corrective action, and they've been back already to review the corrective action.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, just to follow up on that, do we need like a motion or, action from this body to request that? And I know you requested and we're just told no, but I would like to be told no and a reason why. So can I ask that, our president or our chairman send a letter requesting that report from 2023?
You can.
I'll make that motion, please.
Motion on the floor, second. Nyla, any question? George? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. If we don't have anything else, can we move on to the action we were talking about yesterday regarding our resolution and letter? Yeah. Because it's getting late in the day.
I'll move to approve the report.
A second.
Motion to approve the IHS report by Emily, seconded by, second, Kathy. Question, Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
2.
Not voting?
1.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, good to see you too. Thank you. Oh, before you go.
Willie?
Yes.
Before she leaves, I have one more thing before we
Released her, that's important. If you can look into why we're having so many denials of referrals to specialty clinics.
I can tell you why. The flights, right now, if we keep spending this way, we're gonna be at a $2.4 million deficit. So that has been a concern, and we address that every week on our huddle with area to ask for additional funds, but that would be something also that I could use your help on.
They really need to look at life over money, money over life.
Or bringing in more services so that we don't have to send every referral out.
Yeah. It's kind of backwards because I don't have money to do preventative care, and that's why we're flying everybody.
And that's why our people lose limbs and lose lives.
Thank you.
Lila?
Thank you, Chair. After we get done with this other important matter, people have been messaging me about this stuff. And then we have the ARPA report waiting, so we can get to that before we use quorum. So, yeah, thank you.
Resolution? No, she has the letter. The resolution we tried it. I didn't think that we had it printed, did we? Yeah. Is that it? Yeah.
What are we doing on governmental?
Yeah, we're gonna skip to governmental affairs.
Thank you. Did you get the copy of the letter in here or no?
No, it's on.
Are you just gonna read it?
Should I print it out?
Are we still going to do more resolutions?
If we have time, we just wanted to jump to this to get it done.
Eric said, can we
Okay.
issues with rights of ways.
Okay, sounds good.
You still have yours today? Charles, you still have yours today?
Yeah, these are everything.
Was there one for consultation? Okay, Jordy brought one this morning, so I have the whole make copies, I just wanted to make sure about it.
Martina, I printed a letter, it's in the secretary's office.
Okay.
Just printed 16 of them.
Okay.
Do you think the letter needs to be read in? Yeah.
Yes, Sharon.
Can I get the floor for emergency legislation? A motion for emergency legislation?
Yes, we need a number, I guess.
99.
Second.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Are you doing them together or separate?
I was gonna do the resolution and then read the letter along with it.
Because I have questions on the statement, but I don't have any questions with the resolution. That's all.
Okay. So shall we do them separate? That way we can hash out the statement?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I need to that's just.
We can do the amendments to that today.
I'm still very much for it. Yeah, I just had a couple thoughts on it.
Okay.
But that's just the only one.
Okay. Well, we'll do them separate, so that way we can get this passed, and then we can discuss the statement, and if there's more things that people want to add into the statement, or I keep stepping around, we can do that. Okay.
Sharon,
Motion for
you're
approval?
bringing this on as the emergency?
Yes.
legislation? Okay, we need.
99.
Chair has moved, second by Lila, question by Jordan.
All in favor?
We need our charge.
Oh. Yeah. Where'd she go? She went to grab some stuff out of the...
One of you can?
Okay, all in favor of the motion? Raise your hand. Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting? To approve, Sharon.
Okay, motion to approve Resolution 2294.
Second.
Or 2499, sorry, jeez. It's been a long...
Motion, second, it's all on the floor.
2499.
For discussion.
Okay. All right. I'll start at the 5th, whereas, I'll start at the 4th. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe is one of the constituent tribes of the Great Sioux Nation, a signatory of 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty and the 1868 Sioux Nation Treaty, among other treaties. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has enacted Ordinance 8002, creating the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Governmental Affairs Committee to operate with participation from tribal members and communities to develop and coordinate all aspects of governmental relations of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas RST Ordinance 8002, Section 7, authorizes the RST Governmental Affairs Committee to review and recommend legislation to Tribal Council, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has demanded an apology from South Dakota Governor Noem for her malicious and defamatory remarks about South Dakota's Native American students, their parents, the tribal courts, and the presidents or chairmen of the 9 reservations of South Dakota. Those statements were made at a campaign function in Winter, South Dakota, purportedly to discuss 2 education bills. But Governor Noem's statements strayed from education into an unwarranted and untruthful attack on tribal nations. Her remarks were made from ignorance and with the intention to fuel a racially biased and discriminatory narrative toward the Native people of South Dakota. And whereas Governor Noem made untrue, disparaging, libelous, and slanderous remarks claiming tribal nations and government officials benefit from the presence of drug cartel on tribal land, and has not issued an apology for any of the malicious and untrue statements or returned the flag of the Rosebud Sioux tribe as demanded by the tribe from the state Capitol Rotunda. And whereas on March 29, 2024, Governor Noem showed up unexpected, unannounced, and uninvited at a Peshawar quarterly meeting of the Oceti-Sakowin tribal nations, a gathering of tribes and representatives of the United States federal government concerning sacred sites in the Black Hills. In accordance with the treaties between tribal nations entered into when South Dakota was merely a territory. And whereas South Dakota Governor Noem's past slanderous and racially derogatory statements made without any basis of facts at the South Dakota legislature, area town halls and media releases attack Native students, parents, tribal councils, and tribal leaders, attack tribal sovereignty, and interfere with nation-to-nation discussions with the United States federal government, all done without an invitation, an apology, or an attempt at showing respect for tribal sovereignty, are unacceptable and must be responded to by the Rosebud Sioux tribe. And whereas the tribal nations of the Oceti-Sakowin, including the Rosebud Sioux tribe, have reached a consensus on the South Dakota State Legislative Liaison for the state tribal relations, that his conduct and actions in furthering division of the tribes and the state based upon the political agenda and goals of the governor are not in the best interest of furthering state tribal relations and should be replaced by a tribal relations commission with a representative from each of the 9 tribal nations in South Dakota. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Governmental Affairs Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe stands with and joins the Ogallala Sioux Tribe and Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe in respective decisions to ban South Dakota Governor Noem from their lands. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST Governmental Affairs Committee and joins with the Ogallala Sioux Tribe, Cheyenne River, and bans South Dakota Governor Noem from the lands of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe immediately. Be it further resolved that the South Dakota State Legislative Liaison for State Tribal Relations be removed and be replaced with a Tribal Relations Commission and with a representative from each of the 9 tribal nations in South Dakota. Finally, be it resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate is directed and authorized to contact state officials and South Dakota congressional representatives in the United Congress to publish this resolution and convey the position of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. That was long, sorry guys. I know I have a monotone voice.
Thank you. I was wondering if I could add,
Well, 2 are just grammar things. One was that Governor Noem governor thing that needs to be changed. The other one was on the last whereas before the therefore. I don't know about you, but I thought I read today that Standing Rock has now passed something, so if we can include that or in any other ones that have on there. And then on the first page, on the 1, 2, 3, 4th whereas, I was wondering if we could just add a small piece in there that says after the Great Sioux Nation, that it's also known as, or more appropriately known as, the Oceti-Sakowin, so that when we reference it later, they know that those are the same, that when they're talking about the Treaty Great Sioux Nation, that's really also the Great, or Oceti-Sakowin.
those are just suggestions. Thank you. With amendments? I'll question if there's no more discussion. Oh, is there a community member wanting the floor?
Yeah. Can I get the floor first?
Sure.
We all si ta ko ya te pi wa pu ya ku ge na he chu stu. It shouldn't be that way. That was a terrible mistake. If you guys concurred for the senators to give her that flag that belongs to Rosebud, that was a great mistake. You guys should have never approved of that. This woman has a hatred for the tribal people all her life, and you guys knew that. You guys tucked your tail between your legs and gave her a flag. That was a grave mistake. You guys should have never done it. This woman has shown her racism behind her beauty. And her beauty lies to everybody. Deep down inside, she's a racist. By her saying that she's not going to apologize, what further action can you guys take besides banning her? So I was here today listening to this because my sister Lila told me that you guys are going to take that action today, so I had to be here to witness that. And I think what you guys did was in the making. This woman has it out for the tribes all her tenure as a governor. 150 years ago, the federal government tried to provide genocide on our Lakota people, and it's still happening today. Yet they can't physically beat us, so they're doing it in other ways. They're decimating our culture, taking Lakota language out of the school systems. Now it's you guys' job to teach our young kids the history of our Lakota people. If the Washitas ain't going to do it, then the Lakota should. Jahe tu akishni. Dua pino yaku gena hetu tu kudiskaya ku palo. Hetu tu fugag wapi hek chapo. Ask for that flag back. Have her take it down. Direct the senators to enact some legislation to have to take that down immediately. There is no working relationship of the state. The Washitas held us hostage, taking our kids away so we could make bad decisions. It's happening today. So I just felt that I had to come and say something. Lila Wopila Waichanu Padlov today. That was a long time in the making. Sale Wopila Chicha Palo. Mita low walk like Machaga no Wopila Chicha Palo. Or head it to Allah.
Thank you. I just wanted to let everybody know that this body and this council did not give any authorization for our flag to go into the Capitol. And I think it was on Tribal Relations Day. I don't know how our representatives from Todd County obtained that flag to go up there. But there were no official motions or action made by this body to give that flag to the Capitol. Yes. So I just want to make that clarification. And I don't know administration authorized that or how that was gone about, but I think that needs to be clarified today. So we can figure something out.
I agree, and that's what I wanted the floor for. I wanted to clarify that this body did not do that.
And council's been criticized for it, and I think that needs to be out there and show how that actually got on there, because it hasn't been there for years. So, and maybe we need to ask Sean Bordeaux and Eric Emery to help us get that flag back. Because I seen a picture with them both holding it up there on the steps. But
That should occasionally.
Vice Chair, I gotta take off.
Yeah, your mom was waiting.
I know, it's.
Fremont?
Yeah, Chairman, I remember about maybe 20-some years ago, maybe more, Murray Reynolds, the passing chief that used to be a member here. Anyway, she went up to the state capitol and she attempted to remove that flag, but somehow Governor Jankel talked her out of it, so they just left it there. So she did try to make an effort to get that flag in.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Can we go, please?
Micah?
If there's no further discussion, then I'll question.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor with a second and a question. All in favor, raise your hand, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
The motion carried.
So the second part to this is a press release, and I want to ask the council how they want to move forward with that. Do we want to take some time to read it amongst ourselves and make any changes, or do we want to move forward as is?
I think you should all take a look at it. There might be some changes you want to make. Emily?
I have a comment, and I really hate to say this, but I might ask that I be able to make it off air, not an executive or anything, but I just have a comment that I'd like to make regarding the statement, that, if that's okay. And I apologize to everybody listening, it's nothing about our Oyate, it's nothing about secrecy on that level.
Well, and they'll also be able to see when we hash out the little bit that we
Yeah.
have here, and then we'll go back on air for it.
Okay, should I ask? Is that okay?
That's okay with that. president stressed the importance of the Oceti Shakui standing in opposition to the policies and statements put forth by Governor Nome. In light of this, Rosebud Sioux Tribe stands in solidarity with the Oglala Sioux Tribe, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, and Standing Rock Sioux Tribe in banning Governor Kristi Nome from our respective reservations. This banning is not based solely on recent allegations made against the Oceti Shakui tribal leaders and Native American students, but also from an ongoing strained relationship with Governor Nome since she took office in 2019. In 2019, Governor Nome supported the KXL Keystone Pipeline and increased penalties for those who protested against such pipeline. Subsequently, South Dakota enacted SB 189 Riot Boosting Act after Governor Nome's continued meetings with TransCanada. Notably, the state failed to meet with the Native American tribes or environmentalist groups. A federal court later blocked the unconstitutional enforcement of the Riot Boosting Act's provision. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe and Oglala Sioux Tribe set up checkpoints on the U.S. and state highways along the border of their reservations to contain the spread of COVID-19 virus for the purpose of protecting their tribal members. In response, Governor Nome claimed the checkpoints were a violation of state law. In a letter to President Donald Trump, Nome called for federal action and stated the checkpoints affected interstate commerce and transportation of infrastructure, goods, and provisions. Additionally, with Governor Nome's support, the Department of Education removed significant sections of the Native American history within the most recent social studies standards passed in 2021. This happened despite the research and professional judgment of the Educational Working Group who drafted the social studies standards. That same year, when Flandreau Santee Sioux Tribe exercised its sovereignty and legalized medical marijuana, Governor Nome threatened the tribe with legal action if they issued non-tribal members medical cards. In March 2022, Governor Nome returned $81.5 million in unused emergency rental assistance ARPA money funds to the federal government, claiming that they had contacted all 9 tribes in South Dakota to offer rental assistance funding. However, when asked to provide documentation about the contacting of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, her office could not verify such information. Rosebud did not receive any funding from the state. On December 16, 2022, RST President Scott Herman issued an official letter declaring a state of emergency and requesting assistance from Governor Nome and the South Dakota National Guard. This request was in response to one of the most severe and devastating winter storms witnessed on the reservation within the last century. During this catastrophic event, 4 tribal members lost their life, and Governor Nome failed to respond adequately by deploying the National Guard only to assist with the state of emergency on December 22, 2022. By this time, the snowfall had ceded. The RST Emergency Preparedness Program began its services again. This is troubling considering that she had deployed National Guard to assist issues outside of South Dakota, specifically her deployment of troops to Texas to assist their citizens with border issues on multiple occasions in 21, 22, and 23 and 24 without hesitation. Furthermore, with a push from Governor Nome, the South Dakota Game Fish and Park Service broke ground for a shooting range north of Rapid City in December 2023. Initially, the state requested federal funding for the project. However, once they learned that they had to comply with Tribal Historic Preservation Office provisions to survey the land for Native American artifacts and cultural significance, they immediately withdrew their application for federal funding and began construction. Governor Nome and the South Dakota GFP negligently discounted the Native American culture preservation measures detailed in 16 U.S.C. 470A. They displayed no respect or regard for the importance of cultural traditions and findings to Native American tribes. During the 2024 South Dakota legislative session, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe graciously offered its flag to hang in the Capitol Rotunda in hopes of building a professional working relationship. I think we should strike that. This gesture came from HB 1297, which was enacted in 2022 to authorize all tribal flags to hang in the rotunda. Soon after, Governor Noem began her slanderous campaign against tribes of South Dakota. Following this slanderous campaign, RST Tribal Council passed a motion to remove the tribal flag from the Capitol with no avail. On March 8, 2024, RST President Herman requested the tribal flag be returned, and his request was dismissed again. Governor Noem claims she wants to establish meaningful relationships with the tribes to provide solutions for systemic problems. However, her actions as governor blatantly show otherwise. The recent racial disparaging allegations made against Native American students, parents, tribal councils, and tribal leaders have led to further division and distrust of tribal relations. Her disingenuous nature toward Native Americans to further their federal political ambitions is an attack on tribal sovereignty that the Rosebud Sioux tribe will not tolerate. Moving forward, we will only acknowledge Governor Noem after she issues a public apology to the Ocheti Shakui and presents a plan of action for supporting and empowering the Lakota people through policy and legislation.
Okay, all right. Sorry, I was trying to get little Jimmy down here.
Hello, Mom?
Uncles, you gotta answer it. You gotta answer it.
Okay.
So is everybody okay with the letter? And is it ready for a press release once it's approved, or is that what you guys want to do?
Yeah, we do want to release it for a press release, but there's only one concern I have here is just that where we talk about that the tribe graciously offered the tribal flag.
Sorry.
So to strike that part on page 2, that paragraph, the whole paragraph?
Okay.
The request and then for back.
So, starting from, Governor Noem began her slanderous campaign against the tribe of South Dakota. Following this slanderous campaign, from that paragraph or sentence on, I think we should leave that in and strike everything from during to soon after. Okay. Does everybody agree with that? Okay. Okay, stricken. So motion to approve that press release.
Motion to approve the press release, second by Jordan. Question by Alila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Yeah.
Can we,
Start a lawsuit for slander to Governor Noem?
I think we need to kind of get with Olalas because he sent a message to the chairman's group messaging, and he's saying that they're starting a process down there.
Okay.
For that, so maybe we can get aboard with them and use the same
Collective?
attorney, yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Lila, go ahead.
I'll add you into the Google Doc.
Give Ms. Diana article the floor to present.
Sure, we can do that. I was calling Jim, and I think Jim Leadercharge is out in the field, so I don't know if we need him or not. So, well, if you guys need him down here, I'll call him. So, go ahead, Dinah. You can have the floor. It was a request that they provide the ARPA list, and Diana prepared that, and she made it ready, available for council today. So, as per motion.
We're getting it for review, and if we have any questions, Diana's going to answer them for us.
Okay.
I'd
Kathy?
like to, I don't
don't know if I need to do it in motion form, but for this report that we asked for, it's something that isn't in her regular purview of duties. And she put a lot of time into putting it together how we wanted it, so it's visual and simplistic for us to answer the questions that we've had. So with that, I'm talking with her supervisor. She does have the funding. I'd like to give her a, what is it called? Like a monetary, or I don't think, whatever it's called. Yeah. A cash award for the work that she put into developing this for the council. I know that she put a lot of time into it, and it was beyond her regular duties, or with her regular duties to develop this for us. So I don't know what the cash amount is. I guess we could leave that up to her supervisor. Or do you want me to put an amount on it?
Is there a cap?
Is there a cap?
Sherry?
For the IRS, I don't think there is anymore.
Then you guys put up one.
We put a moratorium on IRS, and we did put a moratorium on that. But, actually, we're going to
Okay, well, we'll give her a cash award then, and I'll make that motion, and then we'll find out what Myrna has for funding before we put the amount in, but if we could at least put that motion in.
Okay, there's a motion to provide a
cash award
for doing the
a work above and beyond.
Above and beyond, okay. Second by Lila. Any question?
I'll question.
Sure. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Okay, Lila.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Diana for your hard work in asking for, council had asked for this report to be done. And what I want to say about it is that this report is going to help us as a tool to see which way we go now, because in the beginning, I know there was some plans set up and everything, but some of us were not a part of that yet here. But we have to now move on to, there's still a lot of tribal members out there that are still waiting for help. And I think with this, we'll be able to look at another phase of assisting our membership. And, you know, I think there's rumors out there as well that have said that all the money's gone, and that's not true. I want to clarify today that not all the money's gone. And, you know, these are things we have to have. And this helps us drive to our destination. And so I have kind of talked with Gym Leader Charge here and there, checking on things, and they're out there, they're busy. They're doing a lot of work, and now that the weather is cooperating, I think, you know, it's going to make it better. So I wanted to put that out there when council asked for this, and this is something that council has every right to see, and that it's going to help us, you know, navigate to a better place to help our membership. And there are some that got help, and a lot of people got help, and there's also some who didn't yet. So I want our people to understand that you are not forgotten. You know, they still have applications there, they're going through those. And not every home is completely able to be renovated. And so what they do is they do an assessment, and then they go back and then they look at the things that, you know, the plumbing, the roof. A lot of people got roofs and that stuff. So I'm thankful for this, because now we can move on. And what has been done in the past, we can't change any of that. but we can use this tool to go on and get help for our membership. It's really hard. It's really hard because we get money and, you know, we know the situations of our homes. There's a lot of homes that, you know, need complete repair, and we need homes. So I want to thank Diana for her hard work in providing this to us.
To mention the first 6 pages from, if you notice, it starts from the lower amount to the greatest amount that individual residents, that's how much has been expended towards renovating that individual's home. Then the last pages, pages behind that, will tell you who the contractor is for that individual, how much exactly was spent on the project materials and supplies for that residence.
Second, please. So like, that's the vendors here, that's who did work. That's not being rented for that.
No.
Okay, I just want to make that noted in here, this vendor section. I mean, it says William Marshall on a bunch of these, it's not. It got my attention, there's some vendors, several of them. Did in my past, not anymore. Like there's two. That's what caught my eye, seen like William Marshall there several times, and I was like, vendor name, I was just double checking.
So Diana, this last page, is this what went to the communities for the community building?
That was from the CARES funds, not ARPA, but CARES. Dara was mentioning how much was spent for communities. I put in this report what was spent for the communities from the CARES Act funds, not ARPA.
So where it says all funding sources, and then it has the funding line item, and it has CARES Eisman home resolution.
Yes.
What is that?
Those are those trailer homes.
All the COVID trailers.
I did not have time to break down the work done with the CARES Act funds for renovations, 'cause there was some renovations for the CARES Act too.
Not on the trailers?
No, on residences.
So I have a question.
Go ahead, Kathy.
So, how do we know that this amount that's allocated for this person, that this work was actually, the materials were actually put on this home? How do we know that? How do we verify that each of these, I'm not gonna say the name out loud, but like, just for an example. This one home, the amount expended on it was $113,683.23. How do we know that much repair went into that home? Did you guys get invoices to confirm it? Was there an inspection to confirm it? Do you know any of that?
Yes, they do. What they normally do is submit a purchase order most of the time for an individual home. And within our system, there's a tab where they can identify who that's for.
And that's how it's tracked, how we're able to track that on the system. And then when the contractor goes to the residence and does the work, their office has inspectors who will go over there to confirm that work is done, which is attached to all the contractors' payments.
Okay.
Verified for signature.
The reason I asked that, before I sit back down, the reason I asked that is because a lot of people, a lot of the complaints, why I brought this up, is a lot of the people, their houses didn't get complete. This is kind of crazy, but like, for my house, when I applied for my husband because of his cancer, and they came and did siding, they didn't even have the nails they put in it were not the nails that were supposed to put on siding, so now they're all rusting. And so there's a certain specification of different type of materials that you use. So there were several things that we provided. So that's why I have so much questions. And then other people had the same complaint, is that well, they didn't even come, or they only did this, or the quality of work was really poor. And that's why I wanted this breakdown, so we would have an idea of what was expended, but now it still kind of leaves us with that question, how much materials were actually purchased for this person. And does this include what we paid the contractors?
Yes. If you look at the
Not this report, but this one. The one behind it. Okay, so if you look at this, people are trying to did this.
So how do we, oh, this is right there. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
That's how you do it. All right.
Put my lower A so he sees her first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What justifiable reason do we have, and who authorizes and what is justified for a unit to go up to 113,000? Who makes that judgment? My second question is, because calling for other people, when I did, and this is probably a question for those guys, but some people were told that they could go over a certain amount, so then they had to kind of read things out. But then this one is like almost 50,000 over what everybody else, got. Second, this other part here is not right, because you look at your report, there's SWA units in here. SWA has their own funding to fix those SWA homes. And I would like to see us reimbursed for those with SWA, because there's SWA homes on here that were fixed. And if, and I know they have a pot of money up there for those homes. And that doesn't sit right under our rules. So those two, kind of came out at me there. And when we did, when they did the vendors, and with questions, because I know that there was work done by, because CARES was first, the CARES money. But there was work that was done during that era, and some of the work, to find out when it comes to ARPA, some of that work wasn't done properly. So then ARPA had to go back in and redo some of that work. And I don't know how that would, because maybe that happened. Maybe that happened to one of these units or that one that went above, so that's another question that I have there. And I'm saying these things because this is gonna help us.
No, we need Jim's report.
With our next monies, our next phase, I'll say, our next phase in getting things done. And which communities, I wish we had a breakdown too, and I don't know if it's possible with the computers we have of the community-wise.
Yes, that we asked for.
Yeah, so, that's something there too, but yeah, those SWA units, we need to request that money back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. I'm not sure if you can answer this question, it might be for the office staff, but I was just wondering if you had any idea, what the current application process is, or not current, but like, how many applicants were there total? How many were approved of that, makes up this list? And then, do we have any that were denied? If so, why? And are there still current applications that are just sitting there? Because I've gotten quite a few calls about people that have applications that have never been acted upon, and then we'll come to council and say there's still funding available. So I was just wondering if you had any information on that. Thank you. Okay, I figured that.
You need to probably.
I was never given any guidelines from the program. Like if there was a threshold, how much you can, or if they had income-based, to do a renovation or assist a resident or elder, the roof, internal, external of their home. So that's all up there. And the governing body had given them all the authority up there, so I don't have any of that information.
I've been asking for it for 2 years, so to actually finally see something, it's I just want to thank you for the work that you put into it, and I appreciate it. Just thank you for it. Thank you.
Was to provide this today. I know they asked for it during the budget and finance meeting, but Werner said it was specific to the motion that was made that it would be available to the council the next meeting, so that's why she didn't give it to the budget and finance that day, so.
I'm still upset about
Yeah, that's what I was told though, so I just relayed the message to you.
It was ready last week, and we asked if we could see it, and we wanted to go over it and look and go into our ARPA meeting and see what we, come with some solutions today. And Myrna refused to give it to us, saying that there's a specific council motion for it for council, and I said, but we are part of council, so it wasn't released to us.
So I would, the secretary's already getting messages, can it be available to the public? So we're gonna have to talk about that. So, it's something we need to talk about. So, Kathy?
Lynn was going to ask Jim to do the same type of report for us. Do you know if that got done? That day that I made that motion, he talked about Jim doing this report, and he was going to have Jim do the same type of report for for a comparison of what finance has here and what the ARPA office has itself?
I can call him down if you want.
I mean, I want to know, does he have that report? If he doesn't, then...
He has itemized reports.
Itemized, okay.
So.
Yeah.
Something came in the email, I think, I don't know if that was, okay, I remember.
Oh, is it in our email?
Yeah. I didn't have a chance to.
Lila and Sheriff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along with this is going to bring us into some continuing dialogue. So we probably need to look at, again, setting a day aside or so to have, meet with them and see where we are now and we can move on.
That was what I was gonna mention, is that, along with, what's spent here, you guys have seen it? Now, what it was all spent on. A lot of that was considered emergency type situations where in the beginning we had council say that we would prioritize with emergencies, elderly, and disabled. So, and it shows that a lot of emergencies that happened on here, they might have went over what they were allowed to spend, but they were considered emergencies. From this, and also the storm, that became a lot of emergency type situations where we had to go out and fix a lot of the stuff that was happening then. The renovation money is coming to an end, so they still got probably around $1 million to do roofs. But you guys are gonna have to decide if you're gonna continue this or put more money into it. I don't know. I don't know what you guys' next thoughts are, so. Emily?
I'm not ready, but do you know if they're still taking applications or what the deal is with
I think they
applications?
stopped taking them because they were trying to stay on the application process, but when everything became an emergency, then it was kind of went the other way, so. Sheriff?
I better start wearing red. I wore blue
I'm
today and I
sorry.
keep getting
I'm
passed.
sorry.
Not just you, Willie kept passing me too, I'm a pal. Just kidding. One thing that I really want to emphasize too is a few times Mr. Leader Charge came here to present to us, and I would like to make sure that his report is clear on some of these homes that may have had shanty work or incomplete work, and then so they had to have repeated fixes. Because I know that there's been instances where somebody came and started a job and didn't finish it, so they had to recontract somebody. And it would be good to see some of those prices, because I just want to make sure that, we always say transparency, but sometimes in trying to be transparent, we aren't fully transparent because a lot of people don't have all the information. So it may look like so-and-so got a bunch of help, but maybe something happened. I see it, an elderly man's name in here that has a higher amount than a lot of people, but I know that they did his roof and they did it wrong, and then they had to go back and redo his roof, and then they had to go back in and fix his ceiling and all the water damage that happened. So I just want to make sure that if we're going to release this and there's going to be transparency, that's full, complete transparency. Thank you.
Lila?
Thank you for that, because it's not like, and I know this, and it's not like, there's different estimates and different costs, and that was one issue, was they had to go in and redo some of work. There are instances where, these houses, these transitionals in 1960s, is that when they came out? Where, some of them, they didn't even have a foundation. So they had to build those. And then, and it just kind of depends on that structure, and then you have super hundreds. Then those ones are just like paper, the super hundreds. So it kind of depends on that, on the type of home and how those are. And then we move on up to those FEMA trailers. I don't even know if those are even, livable anymore, because they're not meant for this weather. And then you have walking shows, same thing, paper thin, I would say I live in a tin Coke can, because they're like that. So, and then you have the SWA units, if the home ownership or those, whatever, but we as entities, the tribe carries everything. It all comes here. And if other entities have money to share, and if possible, we need to figure that out. So, like these SWA units shouldn't even be on here. That's a whole different project, it's a whole different, because housing always tells our homeowners, yeah, they got a bunch of ARPA money, and they always tell people, no, we can't help you because it's not a, it's.
Because you already got money from the tribe.
Yeah, you already got SWA, but you're not SWA, or you gotta call the tribe, you know? And it's like, well, gee, what does somebody do when they're in that situation? And a lot of the work is plumbing, and we have a hard time finding plumbers. And, you know, so I have a lot of ideas on my, you know, thinking about here, you know, and it's different, so those assessments are crucial. And I think in the beginning, Mr. Chair, when we had those emergencies, we didn't get to have that chance to do that assessment. That water was busting and, you know, flowing all over, they had to get there, fix it, and then maybe go back again, you know, and there's those instances. So it's gonna be, we probably are gonna need more than a day to discuss this with our, people up there. And, they can answer our questions, so, thank you.
On SWA units, Lila, I think that might be, I'm not for sure, but it might be the money that we allowed to fix up those 40 units for SWA, so that's why they might be in there. We allowed money to fix up 40 units, and we budgeted 80,000 a unit, so that might be the case in there.
Can we get that back?
Yeah, we'll figure that, we'll find that out for sure. Okay.
Then there's more money.
Kathy, go ahead.
I just want to be excused. I haven't done my taxes yet, and I have an appointment.
When you get them done, let me know how much you get back, so tomorrow.
I don't have any dependents.
No, you're losing quorum, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11? Okay. Yep, we still got it. Right?
Yeah.
3, 6, 9, 10, 11, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Diana.
With this report, it doesn't include the contractor's mobilization fee and the tech fee, because it's ran separately. And that would, I'd have to do more work on that one. So what happens up there is that they'll have a big $50,000 contract with one of the contractors. Okay, and this is for multiple people, and they can't put it on the system as to identify these individuals, while not to me anyways, or in the system. So just so you know that there, if you were to total up all the contractors' amounts, is actually more than that, because it does not include the mobilization fee or the TECRA fee.
What percentage is TECRA's fee?
That's it, our whole list.
4.5% of 150,000.
But if you want that information, I can sure get that for you, per contract.
Do we need a motion for that?
No.
Or just, because she's willing, she said she could get those on the technical fee
And mobilization fees.
Yeah, that would help out. I mean, if you can make a motion, then she can use that motion observer to get what she needs.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Is that correct, Ann? Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Lila, and second by Emily, question by Micah. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
To be able to allow her to get the amounts for mobilization fee and other fees that applied that wasn't on this report. Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried.
If anybody has any further questions,
Oh, Jordan, I forgot. Sorry about that. My mind's not here today, so.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So, I just, whenever you was talking about tech room fees, I was trying to find, but the ones that did get them taken out was just the SWA units, right? Because they have tech room, but they're listed underneath the.
Yes, within the system, they're able to.
Just process them straight to or something?
Yeah, and be able to identify, this is the customer number. That's how they're able to show up here. There's some of them where they have multiple individuals' homes that they're working on, and they don't break that down. Just
Oh, okay. And then, so, when we're talking about those contractors and stuff, is there what they got paid per se? Is that their, inclusive of the, materials? Or is the material separate as well?
the materials is, if you look on here.
You got a couple of these ones?
Yeah, Rosebud Building Products, and you can tell because it will say project materials.
So then those are separate then?
Yeah.
So this is just like a total payment, and then our care still pays for that?
Yeah, the tribe pays for it.
How did you know it? Oh,
Okay.
because it
Thank you.
the name to it. Okay. Thank you for that, Jordan. We were wondering about that too.
So like, how soon do you think we could set up time for this?
Do it on the first of the, like I said, we have next week, I don't know how many people are gonna be gone. There's, I think a lot of them are going to that 6:38 meeting down in Phoenix. We decided to do May 1st to cover, not May 1st, but that first week of May to do enrollment.
Yeah.
And
I know May's really busy.
so,
Maybe you could get Nicole and kind of close them up.
okay, all right. We'll just set up a day and then we'll bring it back again with all the other information, so, okay.
How about the end of the month? There's nothing.
End of the month, it looks like we got
29th, 30th, and then.
29th.
29th and 30th are open.
She's,
30th, maybe that.
what about the 32nd, she said?
Just put a 5 next to 5 there.
I said, just find it out.
So maybe we should take that before somebody.
Take those 2 days and do.
So which day are you looking at?
The 29th and 30th.
Okay, well, let's set it for 29th and the 30th, and if we don't need both days, we'll leave it at that, so, okay? All right.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay, are we done with the report? I mentioned that now that the public know that we have this information, they're gonna be asking for it, so I'd like Eric to advise us. I don't know if it's just for the council's, I don't know if it's just for the council's eyes, or if it's just for, or what we're gonna do with this information now. You wanna go off air? Okay, Samantha, can we go off air, please?